I see Pearlie going down the road right now.
We are live and ready when you are.
Thank you so much, City Clerk Gagel, for your help in getting the 2021 Council Retreat going. I wanted to say thank you to Council for volunteering your Friday to think through your priorities for the year. And I know it's tempting when the sun is out to get outside, so I really appreciate you being inside for the retreat. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen for the PowerPoint. So can everyone see this okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Great. So today is the Seldovia City Council Retreat, setting priorities for the calendar year 2021. And thinking we could open up the retreat by having a council member read the City of Seldovia's mission statement. Take any volunteers.
I can do that while we're here, if you may.
Please.
Okay, the City of Seldovia's mission statement is the mission of the City of Seldovia to provide leadership and cost-effective services in support of a stable economy, a healthy and safe community, and a quality lifestyle respectful of the natural environment and community character, while promoting maximum citizen participation in local governance.
Thank you, Councilmember Rojas. There's a lot of really good integrity and intent in the City of Seldovia's mission statement. There are a few things that stand out to me. One of them, of course, is leadership, which is what Council is working on today, is helping provide direction for administration in the wills of the elected body and where they want to see the city and the community of Seldovia go forward for the upcoming year. And then something else that, of course, stands out to me is cost-effective services, because every action that we take at the city level has an impact on staff time, on resources, on our budget, on partnerships. So we'll get into that in a few minutes, but it's a really great mission statement that I found on our website. And I also wanted to just provide a visual so that Council could see who our constituents are. So this pie chart, the data from it was taken from the US Census Bureau. It's from 2019, the ACS 5-year estimate, and it bases the City of Seldovia population at 208 people. And if you look, 66% of our population is 45 years and older. And so that makes up the bulk of our constituents. But I thought this would just be really helpful for Council in seeing how, who makes up our constituency based on age. And I'm really looking forward to when the 2020 census data comes out, just so that we have a more up-to-date profile of our constituency here in Seldovia. So our objective for today for Council is to set the top priorities for 2021 to ensure city resources are used efficiently to provide high quality services to Seldovia citizens. And the reason why city resources is highlighted is because anything that Seldovia as the elected body, any actions that you take, they have a direct impact on administration. And so here are some examples of city resources. We have staff time and capacity, funding and the budget, expertise and staff ability, equipment and capital assets, facilities, policies, and partnerships. So these are all different city resources that are available to help mobilize the will of Seldovia City Council, but it's important to remember
shopping.
Can't do it all. So here are the benefits to prioritization. So this is what I really hope for the City of Seldovia by Council setting its top small, medium, and large priorities, is that this provides a vision not only for you as policymakers and for staff, but also for the public. So the public can see that for this calendar year 2021, the City of Seldovia wants to accomplish X, Y, and Z. And then it allows for more citizen engagement. At the end of today, the priorities that are adopted, hopefully we'll have some council champions that want to see that project through and possibly multiple council champions on each priority. And so I'm hoping that we together can work together on behalf of the community and encourage more public participation in the goals of the city of Soldovia. And then also by council setting priorities, it helps administration focus our efforts because we can't do it all. And so by the end of today, council will have identified its top 3 small, medium, and large priorities. And in the packets that council members received and is available to the public, you'll see a worksheet. And in that worksheet, we're gonna, council members, as you're listening to other members of the body present on their projects, you can consider what you selected or what you suggested as priorities and think, would that be a better option for the city if I went with another priority that a council member has proposed? So that's kind of a planning worksheet for you to use throughout the retreat. But by the end of today, we'll have something that looks similar to this that'll be in your packet for Monday for adoption by resolution, symbolizing like these are the 2021 priorities for the city of Soldovia. So there will always be more that we can do. And there were a lot of really good priorities that council members provided, but not all of them are going to make the cut. And so the previous city manager Cameron and city clerk Gagel, they both worked together on the objectives, goals, accomplishments, and trajectory document. And so any projects that don't make it for this cut of the 2021 council priorities, we're going to move those onto that list so that we don't lose track of them. And the hope is that if there's spare time or when we have more capacity or if we have more resources to help us accomplish additional objectives of the city, we can pull things off of that list. And so, hopefully every council member gets to see one of their priorities adopted at this retreat. But if not, your priorities won't be forgotten. They'll just be moved to a different list that will continuously update throughout the year. And so to kick us off for our retreat, I first want council to contextualize the history of Soldovia in order to see where we've come from and where we're going. And so City Clerk Gagel is going to take over the screen to document all of the different points of history that Soldovia has experienced. And so it doesn't have to be in chronological order yet. You can just start, throwing things out and, any dates that you think are significant, just volunteer them.
Okay, probably on that list, I would 1964 earthquake and the changes that happened with urban renewal are big. That kind of changed the outlook for Soldovia. And I'll just go on, then I'll be quiet. And then for me, starting when I came in 1974, there was an economy here of logging and the cannery, which were big. So I think the decline of the fishing, the two big economies, the fishing industry as it was with the cannery on site in Soldovia, and then the logging out the road. Another biggie that I'll throw out, which I discussed with the city manager, it was when out the road, the Soldovia Native Association allotment for land, and that changed the dynamics of Soldovia in that you had a lot of people who received their 3 acres up the road and changed the demographics of town. A lot of those people then went to live on their land outside of the city limits, which opened up full-time residents in Soldovia that then became, went into different hands and either became seasonal or summer or long-term. But that was significant in my time of being here. Those would be the biggies that I would, when I came in 74, they were still talking about the 64 and even now, how much it touched so many people and how there was exodus out of Soldovia. So that was huge. I also think, anyhow, those items right there, I think were significant to Seldovia of what I've seen. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to add something to that.
Go ahead, Councilmember Sweat.
Oh, yeah, basically, I definitely agree with Vivian. You know, what little I know about and have read about Seldovia's history, obviously those were the great big huge changes. Also, from what I understand, Seldovia, you know, used to be the hub of the Kenai Peninsula. People used to come over here and have babies because it had one of the first hospitals. And then, of course, once they added a road, that changed everything. But also, along with those changes Vivian was mentioning, as time went on, I see the change from a fishing community to a tourist community. And that's where obviously we are now, as are a lot of the smaller communities along Alaska. Yeah, I think that's all I can think of right now.
I see Councilmember Payton joined us, and we have Council members Nathan and Kohlberg, and I think Councilmember Morrison in the audience. Do you have any significant points of history you want to contribute to the list?
Yes. Also in the late 70s, 79, there were things that were done that actually drove out the fishing fleet. Pretty close to 90% of the fishing fleet backed up and left. It was something done by the council. And in the 80s, the council decided that they wanted it to be a retirement community. And the focus shift for everybody in town to go to volunteerism for pretty much all the functions. In some ways that's really good, but then in one way it's really bad. Volunteerism is free work. There's no pay. And currently we have, I think, 7 year-round jobs. People are employed year-round, full-time. One place in town employs, I think, 6 people full-time, and then everybody else is part-time. So we need to change, I think, is our community needs to change its focus on jobs. Thank you.
Could you guys hear Councilmember Kohlberg well? Great.
Yes.
Yes.
Any other takers?
Yeah, do I have the floor? I got the button pushed. I came to the party late. I didn't move to Seldovia until around 2000. Came to Alaska in 90. So all I've seen is the downward trend. I agree with John that jobs are going to be key, but what we're really talking about here is not tourism and not jobs, it's survival. The jobs are the thing that leads us to survival for the city. We're reacting to the the forces that have happened around. During the fishing period, at least there was an industry and a product. Tourism is a pretty nebulous thing. We can't just count the widgets that we buy or sell and call and measure our performance that way. It's just going to be a lot more difficult to develop a sustainable economy based on tourism for a community this size, I think. And that's about all I have.
Yes, Pearlie. Yeah, I'm also a latecomer here. 2008, I moved here. Been here a few times prior to that during fishing expeditions and whatnot. I always liked the bumper sticker that kind of told me what Seldovia was, as a drinking village with a fishing problem. I don't see that a whole lot's changed since I've been here. We've been fighting the old boy policy, spending thousands and thousands of dollars on trying to fix what urban renewal in their great program done to us. It's I see a lot of money going out of Seldovia, but I don't see much coming in. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilmember Payton, do you have any significant points of Soldovia's history you'd like to share? I'm not seeing a response, so we can always come back to Councilmember Payton. And if council doesn't mind, I found a really helpful historical events timeline on the Soldovia Gazette website. And I think it has some things too that really influenced Soldovia. In 1910, the first salmon cannery was built. And then in 1920, there was a big herring boom that brought a lot of Scandinavians to town. And that's actually the first record of a 4th of July celebration in Soldovia. So it's been 100 years of 4th of July celebrations for the community. And then in 1931, the wooden boardwalk was built around the waterfront. And that was to facilitate travel through town. But I've heard at least one council member say there was an effort to have that continue through the whole waterfront here for tourism too. So we have the wooden boardwalk in the 1930s. And then I think council member Nathan will like this one. In 1945, Soldovia had its first airplane service. So we've been having planes come in and out since the 40s. And the airstrip that we use now that's managed by the state, that was built in 1946. And then for the city of Soldovia, we were reclassified as a first-class city in 1962. I've heard from at least one commissioner, planning commission member, that we may have the smallest, if not one of the smallest, first-class cities in Alaska for Soldovia. And then, of course, we have the 1964 earthquake that really changed Soldovia, and like council members were saying, it promoted urban renewal or encouraged urban renewal. And then also Soldovia Village Tribe, they have on their website a really amazing like picture and historical documentation of when the Great Fur Rush happened in Soldovia. And I think that brought a lot of Russians and Scandinavians to the area, and it affected the native people of this area along with the Orthodox missionaries. So we have that as part of our history in Soldovia.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that last part again?
No problem. Hi, and Councilmember Gagel, you're doing great taking notes. I'm just rattling things off. I was just talking about the fur rush, the great fur rush that happened in the 1740s that brought Russians and later Americans to exploit the otter. And then that in turn also affected the Alaska Native people of the area. So we have that as part of our history. And I'm just rattling things off in case it inspires any other significant events in Soldovia's history that any council member wants to share. So feel free to interrupt me. I'm just throwing things out there. In 1899, there was a coal mining operation in Homer, and that provided some of the first mining employment for Soldovians. So that's also part of our history, is the mining and the logging. And I think that's about all I have for significant events in history, in case any of these events triggered additional contributions. And I see Councilmember Payton is with us, so any additional things to add, that would be great.
Got one more. In 1957 and 1959, the entire bay froze, and there was, at the time, there was 6 public wells for drinking water, and those froze up, and the one vehicle in town used to haul fuel would drive out on the ice and drive up to the head of the bay and get drinking water for everybody in the community. And after that, we started getting water through pipes. But those 2 years, the entire community's drinking water froze solid. So that's all I have.
Maybe we want to add about Red Mountain, the mining that went on at Red Mountain, which actually, with the road system from Jackaloff to where they had a drop, so that changed the way things were. But the Red Mountain chromite mine.
And Councilmember Colberg, you reminded me another significant event in Soldovia's history was the drought that happened. And that was a big deal for the city, and we had to issue an emergency declaration for drinking water. So that's another part, a more recent part of our history.
And I do believe that Councilmember Payton is trying to join with her audio. So maybe if we want to give her a second to be able to see if she can join us. I know she's been trying to message with me. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We
Yes.
can.
Okay. I suppose earlier when I was called upon, I decided to say that I don't have anything significant to add, as I'm a relatively new full-time resident, and it seems like everything that's been relevant in the time since I've been here has already been stated, which is, anyways, sorry. Just wanted you guys to know I'm not flaking out on the meeting, just having the usual internet difficulties.
No problem. We're glad you can be here. And the whole point of this exercise is just to give some context as to what has formed Soldovia up until this point. And granted, a lot of the items that were mentioned were many decades ago, but history has a tendency too of repeating itself. And so it's just nice to see, what was part of creating the community and to see where it could lead to our future. So Heidi, could you just scroll up to the beginning of the list so we can see where we started out? So of course, I think the item on everybody's mind in terms of impacts was the earthquake. And that's something that we're still dealing with today in terms of our water and sewer infrastructure. And then mentioning of some of the actions that council took in the past, because that also shapes the city and the past and future of the community. So I wanted to thank everybody for giving your contributions to the events that comprised our history, because now we're going to move towards our future. So
Heidi, I have a question. Does the what we're doing with the P and Z, redoing P and Z and all that, that doesn't need to be on this, right?
I think we're more talking historical events. We could add it to the
Okay.
list if
No,
you
I mean
want.
for the stuff for the wish list.
Oh, that's something that you can mention and bring up when we're going over the list, if that's what you'd like on there.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. I think we've been working on that.
Yeah.
That's ongoing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't want it to be forgotten.
great. Okay. Now that we just finished talking about the history of Soldovia, it would be great to get council's input on what will shape our future. So listing our current, ongoing, and future needs of Soldovia. And City Clerk Gagel can take the screen back to continue us with our note-taking here.
Yes. Just one moment, please.
You bet. And again, this is free form, so or like I think I've heard teachers call it popcorn, where you can just say anything that comes to mind. There's no particular rhyme or reason.
Okay, I'll start out with my ideas. I think, so what will shape Soldovia's future? Well, I think our ongoing improvement of our infrastructure of Soldovia is vital. I think maintaining and supporting a K-12 school is vital. I think the city of Soldovia needs to continue its ongoing struggles with economic and be supportive and have the infrastructure to support an economic development and have the drive and functions to go forward with that. I'll let somebody else chip in.
I think also along with that definitely is jobs. You know, jobs for people to be able to live here, to make money, to be able to afford to live here, which is a biggie because it is expensive. Obviously, we all know that. So that's been a challenge, and I think it's an ongoing challenge for us as a community to do that. Or, you know, to have the ability to do that so that people will want to come here and will want to live here. I do agree with George on one point, that tourism is not going to do that for year-round people that live here, but the other statement I just want to make is that unfortunately, the focus has changed in the whole state of Alaska over the last 40 years and has turned it basically into a tourist state. That's all I have for now.
I would agree with both you folks. As far as what Vivian said, I'd like to just talk in a little more specificity about infrastructure. I think the big sword hanging over our heads right now is the ferry. I don't believe we can exist as a city without reliable year-round marine infrastructure that can carry large pieces of freight, building materials, stuff that can't come over in an airplane or on a smaller boat. Without that, we're dead in the water. I believe that's probably the most important part of infrastructure that we've got to deal with, and we're set up to try to deal with that on Monday.
Right, and I agree with George on that point too. Obviously, though, we have a government right now in the state of Alaska that is not supportive of that. So hopefully, we can get our point across at the next council meeting, whether or not those folks are going to take what we have to say, and possibly do something about that or not. We won't know for a while yet. So all we can do is keep fighting to get the service that we need.
I agree with both of you on that. One thing about tourism is Alaska is noted for being cold and snowy winters, and there can be just as much money made in the winter off of tourism as there can be in the summer, and possibly even more. People just are hung up on summertime tourism and they don't think about the winter. Problem with tourism, if you'll notice all the businesses that are dealing with tourism, those folks only live here 3 months a year. They do charters and everything else, and then they take their money and leave. But tourism is a year-round opportunity. It's going to take a lot more than tourism. We have to be open to all different types of job opportunities that people would like to do here, and just be acceptance of it, instead of closing up and being stubborn and saying we don't want that. You have to be able to just accept if somebody wants to do this type of work, they can do it and employ somebody. We have to be able to change. And I think the beginning of change is to get off the thought wave that tourism is a summertime event. We're noted for snow and winter. We're just missing out on it. And the state ferry system is lacking. Hopefully they will be able to fix that, but that's all I have.
Just one comment right quick. I've been involved in the tourist industry peripherally, at least for my entire time in Alaska, 30 years or so. And I worked for companies that have sought out winter tourist activities. I've done it myself. I've run companies that, here's the big problem with the winter tourism is the kids being out of school in the summer. It has a lot more to do with that than it does with the weather we have up here. People want to go on vacation when they can take their kids, and that's summertime. That's not to say that we shouldn't have things to do in the winter for adults and whatnot. And I don't think we should turn our back on tourism at all, but it's their ball game, and we have to play it by their rules. They're the customers, and they're gonna, they know what they want. We just gotta figure it out and give it to them.
I think right now we've got, I mean, through the years, different years, there's been different people in the boardwalk, and prior to the boardwalk cabinet, the original person tried to build a winter tourism to bring skiers here. But I think right now, on the positive note, right now we've got a year-round restaurant and we've got a year-round hotel. So part of that is chamber being encouraged, and the businesses who are both open to brand and market themselves. And I think the city of Seldovia definitely backs that, but I'm not really sure if it's, we're pleased that we have a year-round restaurant now, which is fantastic, of Ava and Jack's. And then the hotel, which has been open to the public. And people were just here the other day who told me they were staying at the hotel. So I think we've got that in our pockets as a positive. The future needs of Seldovia, we have these, I think, getting a better internet broadband is important to Seldovia, but we've got Seldovia proper, and then we've got the extension of Seldovia, which is out the road, where there's this whole new generation of young people who've come here, having children, professionals, entrepreneurs, doing their business from home. And it's kind of like we don't share necessarily Seldovia kind of has the burden of all the bills to pay. And that goes where I think today we're going to be looking at what revenues can the city of Seldovia develop to help support. And the people out the road who live here year round and who want to support Seldovia, how can we help them support Seldovia? And I think there's a lot more out there that would like to support Seldovia than there are that don't. So I'm excited about today's discussion in that direction, but I think we have some things going for us that are positive, that are changing. We're on the upswing of babies and we're on the upswing of young people here. It's kind of made kind of coming full circle again, as things do.
Something that I would add to the discussion, of course, is our budget and how dependency on outside funding, for example, the community assistance program offered by the state, may not be a sure thing anymore. And so looking to see how we can become more self-reliant as a city in our functions, while supporting aging infrastructure, and through time and inflation, things tend to become more expensive. And so definitely thinking of new revenue streams or ways that we can support other agencies in the community, like the Seldovia Chamber of Commerce, and advocating for Seldovia and getting more people and business involved in the town would be excellent for helping our budget. And when I forget which council member brought up the ongoing improvement of infrastructure, but I definitely see the need for revamping our water and wastewater utility systems, and improving the leaks in our system is being something that will definitely impact Seldovia's future and help us ensure that we have reliable drinking water, because the drought definitely put the city in a state of emergency, and that was just a year and a half ago. And it looks like we may have lost Councilmember Payton again. Councilmember Morrison, do you have items to add?
No.
I'd like to just say something right quick about the drought and the effect of it. Actually, the drought didn't affect us very much at all. It was all the leaks in our system, which have been, for the most part, repaired. I don't think we'll ever have a problem with water again because of what we did to shore up the leaks.
And that's
I'm not so sure about that. I was just going to say, I'm not so sure about that. We did have tremendous amount of leaks, but that was an incredible year of no rain that didn't show up, and it showed up a month later. And for a person who walks up to the reservoir a lot and seeing the way it dropped down and the awareness of what, it's something I think we need to be aware of. And I think the survey and the test that we got done are something that we need to keep in our purview as far as what can be done, but I'm not so sure if we're out of the woods. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Vivian. I think it definitely is something we need to keep an eye on, because even though we fixed the leaks and we did have a lot of leaks, if we have no water going in,
Right.
yeah, I mean, so at least it's something we have to keep on the radar for sure. And it did kind of impact a lot of people, because there were a lot of people that were a little bit more tuned into how much water they do use, which was a good thing, you know, but I know I used a lot of water to well, I mean, I didn't use a lot, but I flushed my toilet with you know, other water, and which I normally don't do. So it did impact some people a little bit, I think, just by being more aware of how much water you do use, how much unnecessary water you do use. Not that flushing the toilet is you know, unnecessary use of water, but I mean in other ways too.
I believe the problem with water lines leaking is not going to go away until they're totally replaced. If the city has to shut the water off to fix anybody's or turn somebody on or do anything, once you turn the water off, when they turn it back on, invariably there's 2 or 3 leaks develop. And then they have to turn it off to fix those. When they turn it on, there's new ones. There's places in town that are leaking again. If you walk around and look, you can see the water running in the road. It's not going to end just because we fixed them all. There's new ones already. So that drought was an eye opener. Thank you.
I'd just say one more thing right quick, is we were using about 3 times our normal usage of water during the time of that drought. In addition, the state took 150,000 gallons out to work on the road with, and we didn't run out of water, for what it's worth.
Councilmember Sweat?
Oh, I already forgot what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's just me, you know. Oh, I think I was going to agree with John that, yeah, I mean, as long as we have the aging infrastructure, we're going to continue to, we've all said this, we're going to continue to have leaks, and we're just going to have to fix them as quick as we can. And as quick as we fix them, we're going to have more. That's just going to be our life, I think, with the water situation until who knows when. But that's all we can do about it right now.
A couple things too, and in terms of thinking of the future of Seldovia, I could see the AK LNG project, if that ever comes online, as being something that Seldovia receives some economic benefit from. Homer right now is in the middle of discussing expanding their harbor because they want to support larger boats coming here, and more people here could possibly mean more people moving to Soldovia, because that'll be such a huge project, and we have a year-round ice-free port. So I could see that being something that the city of Soldovia could see economic benefit from. And then thinking about fisheries, how the state, I believe, proposed closing the Cook Inlet fishery, and how we have permit holders that use the fishing grounds, and what that could mean for commercial fishermen in the area. I also see that as an impact for our future. And then I want to say Councilmember Rojas brought up supporting K-12 schools. Something that Mayor Campbell had shared with me is that you want to see the schools remain open, businesses remain open, because when those start going away, you start seeing our community dwindling down, and then it makes it hard to justify things like a school of that size, or have more revenue coming in for the city. So you want to have a really strong local economy, so that we encourage more people to come here and more economic development for the future. And there are 10 more minutes left of this section, but if council feels like we've exhausted what will shape Soldovia's future, we could have our break sooner and reconvene at 1:35, unless there are other additions that council members would like to make.
I just have one thing on the school. Prior to this new school being built in 1971 to 73, the city owned the old school, and the old gym was controlled by the city. And the borough built a new school in, the city agreed with it, and the borough took over. After the first year it was open, school programs started getting cut to make more wages for management, as it is. But I think if it gets down to where the borough does not want to have our school open, I think it's time the city step in and use a smaller facility and still teach children to read English, write English, do math, history, geography, and the things you're supposed to learn in school, which doesn't seem to be happening too well anymore. That's all I have.
Yes, Pearlie, I got something. Why don't we take the value-added building, we're talking about the school, and turn it into a dormitory like other communities are doing. And just down the coast here, we've got a school that's 40 students over capacity. If we could get them students here, turn that value-added building into a dormitory, I don't believe the city can do that. We could fix the building up to accommodate that, and somebody else would have to take over the running and operations of it. The federal government gave, I believe, Galena $3 million to build their building. Once they got it built, then the school board takes over and pays for staff, utilities, food. It's basically a place for more kids to go, and it's kind of a college theme. They're in dormitories, and I think that would solve our school problem. We'd have plenty of students there. I talked with a gentleman in Galena that was doing it and seemed to be pretty successful. I know there's a few other ones around the state. So I don't know if it's still tied into that value-added building has to have something to do with the fisheries. If it does that, put a little shop in there and let the kids build a boat to fish out of. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to that. being a retired teacher from the school district, we've had many conversations over my involvement with the school here about just that, Pearlie, and about having, Nenana is also big, has her own satellite school, and I believe the city of Nenana runs it. I think that conversation that we've had over the years has always been very interesting for a lot of people. We also have the school shop, which is, after the fire that was in it, it is top notch. So I think there's a whole lot of dialogue that could move towards, it's a huge project you're talking about, but having that for a dormitory, bringing kids in, just like they do in other places where kids don't want to necessarily go to so high. They want to go to a smaller community and try to do it there coming out of the village. We've had this discussion over the years, and if Seldovia is really serious, it needs to become a very serious discussion. It would be a long-term plan, because the shop would be one of those components, being able to do like a voc ed, which I think you addressed also, Pearlie. That is a big project. It would be a really worthy project that would put Seldovia in a whole nother league. But it has been a discussion item for some time. But up at the district, you had naysayers in town. I think, especially with COVID and the way education is going to look, I think from here on out, it might be another, but it's it would be a great boost to Seldovia. Thank you.
Yeah, Vivian, I remember us talking about this exact thing when, do you remember when I think when the numbers were down at the school?
Yep.
And there was a bunch of things going on. It was several years ago. We talked about just exactly that thing. And I don't know whatever happened. I think it was too daunting of a
Task.
thing at the time for us to even think about. And of course, now the numbers are up again. So yeah, I'm not sure what, I think it'd be a great idea though. I mean, a lot of people thought it was a great idea at the time we talked about it, but it just didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I have one more thing to add. It's all federally funded, and then the state takes over. So as far as cost to us, I don't know how that would pan out. The thing about the shop, I have a constituent in town I talked with, $2 million insurance policy he has. And he approached the school board about starting vocational classes in there to start teaching people, not only children, but adults that wanted to go in there and learn to weld, work with wood. The school board wouldn't let him do it. So is there some way we can work on the school board and say, hey, look, that's easily $1 million shop up there sitting there doing nothing. Is there some way that we can start vocational training of some sort in there? It just baffles me that such a beautiful shop just sits there and does nothing. And when somebody comes with their own insurance and they won't let them do it, there ought to be something done about that. So I don't know how you dig into that, but if somebody could dig into that and find out why that ain't happening, it's kind of a tragedy that stuff just sits there, and we got all kinds of people that are interested in learning new trades, and who knows where it would filter down to as far as somebody learning to cabinet make or weld, or I believe there's even a pottery wheel in there that somebody could get a class going. Thanks.
If I could make just a quick comment, Vivian, maybe you know the answer to this. If we turned our school over to, or at least let it be funded by the federal government, who's going to control the curriculum? I've been looking online at the federal standards for history education. For one thing, it's appalling, but be that as it is, we used to have a program just like what you're talking about when Jim, guy built a hangar out there in the airport, ran a vocational training class for kids and so forth, and used that shop. Actually had a sawmill there, and they actually built little projects and sold them, you know, in the community, whatnot. I tried to get the school to let me build a simulator, use the kids to build it, and we, you know, could have had some carpenter training and some airplane training and some computer training and so forth, all in one ball of wax. And it was such a cumbersome, prohibitive process just to get to be able to deal with the school at all. Insurance is a big deal, as you said. I don't know what we can do about untangling the bureaucracy from our schools.
Yeah, George, I'm not really sure if you could actually become a federally, if the school could actually just become federally recognized or work underneath the feds, you would, and as far as a curriculum, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a whole nother ball of wax, but through the years, the shop has been used for just those purposes you're talking about. And we used to have every May, we would have 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we call it academic projects. And we'd bring Pork Ram, English Bay, and the different students in here, and they would partake. We'd bring other teachers here to help out. I mean, it's a huge thing. You've got the biggest problem with the school district and letting people get into their buildings and use their equipment and teach children is that they mandate that you have to have a certification. And if you don't have a certification, then you need to have a teacher of record. And that means you need to have a teacher that's available to do just that. And the enrollment now at the school right now is really low. Not being a naysayer of any of this, it's a great avenue to look at if we're serious about it. And I think finding the details out purely about what was actually said. If the school board gets people to present and you present well, they're going to listen. But it really has to be, you got to go through the chain of command, and you also need to have all your ducks lined up in a row and advocate strongly if that's something. But they always have a reason to say no, but they also will listen if you are organized enough and you have your ducks lined up and you know what you're talking about and you know what you want, what your objectives are. And I've been retired for 4 years, so I'm not sure how the district is handling things now, but it has always been where Seldovia just wanted to be let us just teach our kids, leave us alone, we can do it. And because we're off the road system, we were given that grace to do that. But getting into their buildings, right, Dee Dee Higman used to run a ceramics program. Paul Chisist, he ran another program. Different carpenters had classes up there, and it was all okay. I'm not sure if after the big fire, if that turned everything off or what, but it's something, if we're serious, it's a big project, and there's a lot of questions and answers to go forward with. Thank you.
And Council, I just wanted to share, we have 3 more minutes left of this section of what will shape Soldovia's future before taking a 5-minute break. So if there's any topics you want to add for what will shape Soldovia's future, we just have a couple more minutes here.
Thanks for joining us, Councilmember Payton. We are just talking about what ongoing events or future events will help shape Soldovia.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure what all.
Yeah, city manager, you still on there?
Yes, I am. I didn't realize we had Councilmember Payton, so I can bring the screen back to City Clerk Gagel before we take our break in just a couple minutes here.
My question is this: I have something else planned for today. I thought this meeting was at 4:30 for some reason. So if it's not going to put a big monkey wrench in the works, I'm going to excuse myself.
Councilmember Morrison, we have your priorities that you've proposed. So if you could stay, that would be great, but I understand if you can't, the council will be adopting their priorities for 2021. So if you want to advocate for your priorities, this would be your chance. But if they don't make it on the list, they'll be added to the trajectory document. So it's up to you, but totally understand.
It's nothing I haven't brought up at the council meeting, so everybody's aware of how I feel on that stuff. So I have nothing new to add to it.
Okay.
Thank you. It's been a great history lesson.
Well, we're gonna move on for a break, a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at 1:40. We'll come back.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have everybody in the room?
I'm here.
I'm here, Vivian.
Yeah, Heidi's in the kitchen.
Okay, well, when Heidi gets back, we'll begin with our last exercise here. Hey, City Clerk, just let us know when you're ready.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay. All right, Council, if we have everybody ready to go, we have our last exercise here for the council retreat. The question is, what are the reputational drivers of Seldovia? Put another way, what is Seldovia known for? So, for example, I know in the summertime, Seldovia is known for king salmon fishing out of the slough. So that's something that folks come over to Seldovia for. So this doesn't have to be positive. It can also be hardships. Some of the things that are difficult with Seldovia, like it's hard to catch a ferry to come in the winter time, or it's hard to find long-term housing. So this can be anything that comes to mind about the reputational drivers of Seldovia.
I think one of the biggest drivers in Seldovia has been stubbornness, the unwillingness to accept change. They want to live like it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. They don't want to see anything new. They don't want change. And I believe if you can't accept change, you become extinct, just like the dinosaurs. You have to be willing to change. And that's for me, that's one of the biggest things I see around Seldovia. Anytime somebody wants to do something new, it's no, 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 we don't want that. And it doesn't work for me.
Let's see, I would say one of the things Seldovia is known for, I would say, is overall advocacy for itself, depending on what the situation is. The community will usually come together very strongly and be the squeaky wheel. That's something they've always been known for. The school district would always admit that at school board meetings. I think Seldovia is known for, of course, its beauty, but also the cost of living, the cost of living here, period, I guess, is something that people, I think, put in their mind before they consider moving here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Exactly what Vivian said. That's what I hear all the time is how beautiful it is here. And then, boy, doesn't it cost a lot to live there? That's a question I get asked a lot of times too.
Which contributes to our high turnover rate of residents. The community sees such a large turnover rate because people do fall in love with how beautiful our community is and the wonderful sense of community that you find here amongst the people who live here. But that cost of living and that lack of year-round economy for just the average person moving into the community, for young people who would like to live here, for young families who would like to live here, our economy continues to be an issue for all of those groups of people.
And so there's the lack of affordable housing,
Yep.
the lack of jobs that able to move to a community and be able to get by.
Beyond that, your the cost of living for fuel, for heating, alternatives, for food resources, especially with our state ferry being in upheaval these last couple of years, has been huge. You know, that's been a really big constraint for a lot of people, especially for, as I said, you know, young people and young families living in this community. You know, kids eat a lot, and you know, and you don't have a safe, reliable, or cost-effective way to come and go in a community. You can't expect the community to thrive and continue on the way it's been historically.
The cost of living here does not need to be as high as it is. And one of the things I've learned over the years from my father was in economics. It does not cost $4 to get a 90-cent jar of mayonnaise from Anchorage to Seldovia. The Linwood paid $2,970 some dollars a month in freight, flying stuff down here. The folks took that bar back. He sat down, figured it out, bought a new truck, a used box, 13 ferry tickets, and the cost of the truck payment, the insurance, the ferry ticket, the hotel room, and the food, fuel for the round trips, he was saving $2,100 a month. And when you bring a truckload full of items down here, they say, oh, it costs this much to get this stuff here. You have 5,000 items in that truck. Divide the cost by that 5,000 items, and it is not $3, $4 markup, $5 markup, 400% markup. The store, before it was bought by SNA from Safeway, their policy was a minimum 400% markup for everything outside of Anchorage. SNA bought the store. Oh, this is the way it's done. So they did the same thing. It's out of business. It does not require 400% markup to operate. 10% markup and you're making money. 15% is outrageous. 25% markup is the beginning of the end. And that's in paper by a man that created and ran a business for his whole life. One of the great people of America. But the cost of living in Seldovia is ridiculous. When you go and pay $8 to $16 for a gallon of milk, and you go to Anchorage and pay $3 for that same gallon of milk, it is ridiculous. It does not cost that much, even if you fly it down here. It's all it is greed, and that's the way it's been done. It's the way it's always been done. It comes down to, we have to get this community to change the way they think. And nobody likes to accept change. So that's all I have.
Seldovia is known for its great hiking, having the outdoors right at your fingertips, friendly people. I mean, this is what I get from I'm on the bridge, hearing people talking about why it's so great of a place. You know, people come here and they're just in awe about what's here. And it's always a great reminder to me even though I'm always in awe, it's always a great reminder to me to have new people come to town, look around and say, wow, this is a beautiful place. And their first question is, you live here year round? And then they're usually astounded when you said, yes. What did you do here? And what do you do? And you have a store? I say, yeah, there's a store, but you also can, if you can, and like I say to them, if you can afford leaving town, if you have an appointment in Homer, you go for the gusto, you do all your shopping, you do your appointment, you do everything, and then get it back over here. But again, going back to one of our problems that we have, if we don't have reliable ferry service, then that changes the ball game for a lot of people, for most of us. That's it for now. Thanks.
Councilmember Rojas, I would add, when you mentioned hiking, we have immediate access to Kachemak State Park, which is huge for Soldovia and bringing people here. And then also, before I moved here, I thought about the 4th of July festivities and the chainsaw wood carving competitions. And there are a lot of community events that happen here in the summer and in the winter with the Christmas tree lighting I saw. So it's definitely a community that likes to come together for events, is something that from the outside before I moved here, I thought about with Soldovia.
One of the great things about Soldovia is the atmosphere. I've lived outside in a lot of different places, and my blood pressure was always high. And when I moved back home, this is home, I was born here. When I moved back home, 2 months and my blood pressure's been normal. And every time I leave, I start going to different, go to Anchorage or somewhere. Within 2 days, my blood pressure is back up again. It's one of the great things about Soldovia is the atmosphere, the people. You don't have to worry about the stuff you worry about in a city or driving on the highway. People are starting to change even up north. They're becoming more friendly, but a few years back it wasn't like that. So that's one of the great things here is you don't have to worry about what somebody else might do. It's nice. Thank you.
Well, sure. The first things that I wrote down for our reputation was the fishing, the hiking, the events that our chamber and our arts council and the tribe all host throughout the year, and especially through the summer. And there are many people who come here every summer, and every summer they bring more and more people, friends, family, children. It's a safe place to be. It's a place that people, it's, as John has said, as Vivian has said, it's once you come here, you're hooked, and people, they come and they intend to invest here, and most often they do in some small way. It's a beautiful place. Our community is wonderful. The sense of community you get just in standing down at the bridge. I live above the bridge. I don't spend a lot of time on the bridge as a mom of many small children who like to go in too many directions at once by the water. But just the sense of community amongst the people who are there on the bridge is amazing just to see. I think our community is really special in that way. We've maintained a sense of togetherness that is becoming increasingly rare. Anyways, that's what I think of when I hear people talk about Soldovia outside of Soldovia.
I think we've nibbled all the way around the edges of it, but really the best thing about Soldovia is the fact we're all neighbors. We all know each other. We look out for each other. I'll tell you a fast little story. I got a jump seat ride on a major airline one time a few years ago, and young fella sitting up in the right seat of that jet asked me, why in the world would anybody want to live in a place like Seldovia, Alaska? And I just asked him a couple of questions. I said, where's your car parked? He said, in the employee lot at the airport. I said, is it locked up? He said, oh yeah, of course it's locked. There's an alarm system on it. So, and what about your house? Locked too? Yeah. Well, I don't even have a key to the front door to my house, and my car is parked in a free parking area right across the street from the terminal in the airport, and it's not locked. Are you getting it?
Mhm,
Doesn't
exactly.
exist anywhere in the lower 48. They don't have a concept of it.
It's a great feeling not having to lock anything. And that, you know, and that goes to say for the community, as Heidi wrote, safe place to be, safe place to raise kids, safe place to live, and everybody is your neighbor.
And we just have 3 more minutes left in this section. If there's anything else council would like to comment on for the reputational drivers of Seldovia, and if not, we'll move on to council member proposals for the 2021 priority list. Okay, hearing no more, let's move on to council presentations on these small priorities. And so just being conscientious of time, each council member gets about a minute per proposal. And how we're gonna go through this is we're first gonna present the small proposals or small priorities. And then council will give initial feedback on which ones they find most important for 2021. Then we'll go through the medium ones, and then council will give feedback on which ones they would like their name signed on to, and then we'll do the large. And then after we do the council member presentations, we'll have a 5-minute break before we have then an open discussion about the priorities. So I'm gonna pull up our retreat here, or sorry, I'll pull up the small project size proposals, and Council Member Morrison was first up to bat, but he is not with us right now for the meeting. So we'll move on to Council Member Sweat, but Council Member Morrison's small priorities were paid parking and boat storage / an RV park. So Council Member Sweat, you're up to bat.
Oh, okay. So I'm just supposed to say what my priorities were on the small priority list?
Yep, you're gonna give just a quick minute or so presentation on your 3 small priorities here, just so that council hears from you again on these 3 small priorities and why you think they're a need for the city of Seldovia.
Okay, well, I don't remember which order I put them in, but right now from what I'm seeing, I think number 1 should be the Seldovia Harbor kiosks. We need to get those going, get those finished, and get them, you know, rented for the object is for promoting economic development following our comprehensive plan. At least, yeah. And the need was to establish more affordable businesses, seasonal and year-round, for people, you know, who just have, who basically can't afford to buy a big, huge building on the waterfront. Hopefully this project will be successful. We won't know until we get it going. And it just needs to be finished inside. And the city maintenance guys are going to do that along with the electrician. So is that what basically you wanted me to say about that?
Yes, that's great. And then
Okay.
I'm sorry that the title doesn't come up here on the top, but it's on your worksheets that
Oh yeah, I got it.
you know,
Yeah.
your conceptual goal, the needs statement, the proposed outcomes, you know, what do we need to do in order to make this priority happen, and then what are the city resources we need in order to complete it. So you just
Yeah, okay. I've got it drawn up here on the other pad. Okay, the second thing I think we need to look at for small projects is the cell phone and internet service. I think it's a design engineering thing, and the need is very great for reliable cell service and internet for the community, and especially for the business community, because everything nowadays is driven via the internet. I mean, people collect money that way. They order all their most people order their supplies that way. It's just kind of unbelievable how much we rely on the cell and internet service. Like I said, everything depends on technology these days. Let me see. Oh, we need to have more, where am I? Sorry. I'm looking at two different screens. We need to have continuous conversations with ACS and GCI and whoever else we need to do that with for tower upgrades and to try to secure funding. And one thing, let me just put in there real quick. I think ACS has got the worst customer service I've ever encountered. I hear people around town tell me all the time how they have, they're having problems with this, having problems with that, with their internet, with their the cell phones, and along with their televisions, if they have Hulu or some other kind of internet TV. It's just awful. And so obviously we need money, are going to need money to do that if we get tower upgrades, most likely. And yeah. So that's all I have about that one. And the other one is I really think we need a lot of maintenance on our city-owned buildings, especially the multi-purpose building. It's granted, we've done a few projects, which I think were sorely needed, but it needs many more upgrades, painting, roof, all sorts of things. And we've let it go too long. And the longer we let it go, the more money it's going to cost to fix those things. I mean, we are going in the right direction for sure, but I think that's something we really need to concentrate on in the near future. I don't know how we're going to do that. Set aside some money, pick a priority on part of the building that's in the poorest shape or whatever. I'm not sure how to do that, but I'm sure somebody can come up with an idea. And then we need, again, money and people to work on these buildings. Okay, that's my small, along with a multitude of other small projects, which I know we have to do and should do, but I didn't put them on there because we only had room for 3.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweat and Mayor Campbell. Welcome to the Seldovia City Council retreat. What we're doing right now is council members are presenting on their small projects, and so at the very end, if you have small projects you want to contribute to the discussion, just verbally add them to the list. But we have Councilmember Nathan up next.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Sorry, and I apologize for the delay. My flight coincided exactly with this meeting, so I am listening attentively.
Okay. Now that you're listening attentively. My idea for a small project was to clear up, enhance the visibility at just about every intersection in town. Even right here in front of the post office, you come up on Jackaloff Road and you can't see down the road to your right no matter what you do. You've got to get way out in the middle of the road, possibly because there's vehicles parked in the post office parking lot. I know there's nothing we could do about that. Further down the next intersection or curve, actually it isn't an intersection, they're across the street from the old grocery store. There's always a bunch of alders and stuff growing out into the point of view going around that turn, and kids are riding bicycles right over next to the curb. You try to stay next to the curb going around that corner because you don't know what's coming. It would be good if we could hack some of that brush down. Again, just about every intersection in town has got some kind of a problem with visibility. Something that just occurred to me in the intersections that we can't really trim trees or do anything physical. Maybe one of those bullseye mirrors. I've seen them around. In fact, there's one on the road into the airport there, right in front of maritime helicopters, so that you can see around that corner when you're heading toward the airport. But we have a staff that go to work every day. I don't think we need a whole lot of resources, additional resources to do something like this. It's a matter of safety, I think, and that's about all I have on that.
Up next, we have Councilmember Rojas.
Yeah, I've got 2 items for the small project size. And the first one is sustain best practices and compliance with the GASB, which is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board for our audit purposes. This would be a policy public information project. The goal, I believe, to complete this project would benefit citizens by having precise evaluations and audits. And also for City Council, when we get our audit booklet that tells us how the audit went, I keep on seeing this same GASB coming up. And so it's something I would like to see completed. And I believe it would be as an accounting standard, taking care of an accounting standard, get one more check out of the box for the city office. Proposed outcomes meets the goals of the City Council and staff to improve city operations. Activity scope. I think the staff will work towards identifying where in the audit the GASB practices are needed to be applied. And that is in the audit packet that we get. I would like to see that only because it's come up several times in the last couple of, maybe even 3 years, that we have failed to check the box in that area. That's one of the small proposals I've got. The other one is improve communication to citizens during disruptions in service by having an agreement with local radio station KBBI. It came up with several council members and in the public when they didn't know what radio station to tune into for our last tsunami report, where they did have updates. Not everybody knows that KBBI was coming up with alerts every 20 minutes or so. I would also like to see that maybe extended to inform citizens, as long as the power's on and you have electricity, inform citizens and the community members about outages in a timely manner from one reliable source, which would be KBBI. So internet's out or this is out. It just seems like we need to have education to folks about where to tune into. And when you listen to KBBI, you forget that not everybody does listen to KBBI, or not everybody knows about it and what they do offer. So I just mentioned under the need statement about the last time with the tsunami warning, cell phones, when the internet was down, the power disruptions. It would be nice to have one locale to get the information, because not if the internet's down, then you can't go to the city website. You can't go to, your phone doesn't always pull up the internet if your phone is working, it still won't pick it up. So I think the radio station would be a good avenue to look for. I think that would be an agreement. The city council and the staff works through the process to identify a need and contact KBBI. That's a discussion I would see that the council would have to see if everybody's in agreement. And then the city manager follow through with council's recommendations. Those are the two that I've got under the small project size. Thank you.
Thank you. And up next, we have Councilmember Payton.
So I did not send in my second small project proposal. So is it okay if I tack on? So my first thought was in using the city website, it's been updated a lot in the last couple of years, and it's a really great tool. And I think that it would be really advantageous for our city to continue working towards updating that and adding to it. I feel as though the Chatterbox becomes a place for people to express concerns or questions about our public works department, and it's not always in a very productive way. And I think that if we took advantage of, as we said multiple times in this meeting thus far, the internet, and added a place on our city website for people to be able to direct people towards a public works tab that would perhaps detail what their priorities are, what their ongoing tasks are. And I think it would be great to see some sort of, let's see here. I'm supposed to be more concise than I'm being, sorry. I think that an overall comprehensive education on what all our public works department completes in a day, completes in a week, in a month, and all the things that they're in charge of. It's 2 men taking care of our entire city, all of our roads, our infrastructure. They do a lot. And I think that it would be good for our city to do that. So that's my thought. It's a small thing, but I think it could go a long way to maybe have a more positive narrative about our public works department. My second thought is about our city lots, the lots that the city owns. We have several, and a lot of them are waterfront, and most of the city lots that do not contain city buildings, such as the one that we are currently in, are empty lots. The city has a lot of parking lots, and I think that it would be wise for the city council to look at our lots, see what we've got, and consolidate those lots. I don't think we need 3 parking lots throughout our town. I don't think we need 3 storage lots. I think that we could expand on Councilmember Sweat's kiosk buildings in the future at some point and create more business opportunities in our community by allocating some of our waterfront lots towards more small business opportunities, such as the ones that we have made step towards this last summer. And I think that would go a long way towards our economy. And that's what I've got.
Thank you. And then up next, we have Councilmember Colbert.
Yeah, on the communications, our cell tower, we were going to try and have it put behind a school, and the only one fighting it was the Federal Aviation Administration, saying it's in a flight path. There's 2 flight paths in Seldovia, one's through the bay and one's over the outside beach. The tower would be 90 degrees approximately halfway down the runway. There are no flight paths that go straight at the side of a runway. Both flight paths are nowhere near the school. In fact, I don't think you will find a school off the end of a runway. They are not built there. It just does not sit good with me that the FAA says you can't put a cell tower in at the school. It would cover the whole town. And in fact, I don't think you can fly over the school with a commercial plane flying into Seldovia. George might be able to answer that about flying over schools and colleges. I don't think there's any built off the end of any runway in America. So that's all I have on that one.
Thank you. And then Mayor Campbell, do you have any small priorities you want to contribute verbally to the list?
Yeah, you bet. And it's, I just wanted to make a comment. Yeah, reading through all this, it's pretty interesting the way that everyone laid out their priorities and defined them from small, medium, and large. So it's, yeah, I kind of find it kind of fascinating. But for me, small projects that are, you know, something that's easily attainable, and I won't beat a dead horse because actually, all of the council members covered a broad range here throughout small, medium, and large. And one for me is, and someone already hit on that, was the beautification, you know, / retaining small town charm. For a small project that includes, you know, brush clearing, more flowers, banners on the light poles, etc. I just think that's, you know, that's why I love it here. I love the small town. I think a lot of people come here to still see that small town charm. There's not a lot of small towns left that have not become so over commercialized that it's, you know, where they haven't started to lose their charm. For us, I think, you know, we have, I mean, Susie does a fabulous job along with a myriad of other people and trying to, you know, maintain the flowers and stuff like that. But the brush clearing for me is one, I'll just tell you, quite frankly, has pissed me off since the day I got here. It's never been addressed the way I would address it. And I'll just tell you now, if I was in charge of that, there would be no brush left because I would go through the town with a brush hog, whatever it takes to get in here, get it done one time and done, and then just maintain it. The brush grows extremely fast here, and we don't have enough people, obviously, with the 2 full-timers and a part-timer to stay on top of it, but we need more of an effort on the brush. It's a safety issue, it's a nuisance issue, and quite frankly, it's completely unsightly, and it just doesn't make our town look good. So I won't beat any more on that one, but for me, like George said, that's a big one. I think other council members would also agree on that. So that's it for my small project.
Thank you, Mayor. And now Heidi is gonna, or City Clerk Gagel is gonna take it away, and we're gonna have council members initially share, after they've heard all of the projects, share what they would like to see as the top 3 small priorities for 2021. And I wanted to ask Councilmember Nathan, since you suggested right-of-way vegetation cleanup, and the mayor also brought that up as well, would you be okay with us combining the right-of-way vegetation with beautification so that we have beautification be the priority?
I have no problem with that at all.
Okay, great. So then that, and then Councilmember Payton, there were 2 other council members that brought up the land management plan. I think it was listed under the medium priorities. Would you mind if we took your priority of city lots, consolidating them and combining it with the land management plan proposal?
That's great.
All right, let's do that. And so the idea is here we'll just run through each council member, and you can see that each priority has a letter associated with it. So you can just tell us what 3 letters you would like to see as a small priority for the city now that you've heard all of the proposals. And eventually it's going to have to be whittled down to 3, but hopefully there's some that you heard from other members of the body that you would be interested in making happen. So Heidi, you could just call through the roll. And if council needs a minute to think about this, maybe we should just take a quick pause, like a minute or so, and then the city clerk will run through the roll.
Rachel, I have a question. This is Vivian.
You bet.
Yeah, I've got a question for you and Bobby. Bobby addressed the improve cell, where am I here? Cell phone internet service in item C, and I've got it addressed as a medium in under medium projects. Should there be, it's basically saying the same idea, improve cell phone internet broadband capacity in Seldovia. Is that something we could join up? To me, it seems like it's more of a medium project.
Yes, let's, and Councilmember Kohlberg as well had that, I believe, as a medium priority. So Councilmember Sweat, would you be okay if
Yes.
we take the cell phone off small and combine it to medium?
Yes, we can do that.
And Councilmember Sweat,
Yeah,
are you
Rachel,
okay
just
with-
one comment.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's fine.
Great.
Does that include item J, communications as well?
I think that's different because Councilmember Kohlberg was talking about a specific tower behind the school.
And then I'm sorry, could you clarify which 2 we're combining for Councilmember Payton and what the other one was?
Oh, that was, we were just removing it because it's addressed as a medium priority for the land management plan. So you don't need to add anything.
Hey, Rachel, can I get a comment?
You bet.
I think so. John, I believe John's referring to a new tower behind me. Is that what we're talking about? John is using there's a small tower back there, but installing like a new cell tower back there.
Yes,
That's
I
one of the
thought
locations?
I thought that was in the works one time to have a new tower put in behind the school for 4G or 5G, whatever it was. And the FAA nixed that because it was in the flight path and tried up behind the water treatment plant, and that's also in the flight path. So
So John's would definitely be part of that. So
Yes, now with that clarification, we could, Heidi, with Councilmember Kohlberg's blessing, remove that one and put it into the medium priority list for communications.
Before we go any further with that, can I just make a short comment?
You bet.
The flight path is more than just a straight line to the ends of the runway. A standard traffic pattern flies along parallel to the runway, turns at 90 degrees at a few miles out, 90 degrees again, and comes in and lands. So you're going to have an uphill battle fighting with the FAA about the positioning a tower there. It's not to say that it couldn't be done, but it is going to take some study, and there's going to be some restrictions on how high, and it's going to have lights on it and so forth, because it is actually within the flight area of the airport. Yet smaller aircraft fly closer to the runway in their traffic pattern, larger out farther, so it covers a pretty wide track.
going by that, there is really no place within 30 miles of Seldovia that you can put a cell tower.
Well, I wouldn't say 30 miles, but yes,
Between
a
here
lot
and
of the
Homer.
town of Seldovia lies within under the airport. And, we've got all the stuff out here that's has certain restrictions. One thing, a commercial airplane can't come within 500 feet of a building, a vehicle, or a person. So that limits their altitude capability and so forth. It's based on obstacles within the flight path. So
I think the idea here is that it's all part of the discussion, and just that was the comment I wanted to make. So there needs to be some sort of reconciliation process here when we define small, medium, or large, because I had cell phone for me personally as a large priority, because it's a capital improvement project that's probably going to be in excess of a couple $1,000,000 when it's all said and done. So, which means permits, leases, negotiations. So it's going to take some time, some effort, and multiple entities involved on that. So, but I think just overall keeping that the conversation and the site, whatever site it is, whether it's the existing site on top of the TV tower or if it's a new site, I think that's the important thing to maintain, is that we keep, a new tower or whatever it takes to improve our service here in Soldovia.
All right, so if our city clerk could just read through the roll so council members can say which small priorities they would like to see the city pursue, that would be great.
Rachel, one more thing, I'm sorry.
Oh,
One more
you
thing,
bet.
Mr. Morris, the paid parking, that to me could be put into, I think I have an item, it's here for a couple of different people about our lots, going through our land usage lots, and I'm not sure if I put that in medium or large. But I think that could be moved, because that is definitely something the council has talked about over the last few years. And so that would be describing our land uses, that paid parking. So can that be moved elsewhere?
You bet, that could go under land management for sure.
Okay.
Speaking on behalf of Councilmember Morrison.
And I'm not sure if his boat storage RV park, if that's a whole different conversation, or if that would also be, it would have to go through the whole planning process that we're going to be doing for the land use of our lots. But I'm not really sure what his intent was exactly.
So I guess then the idea is for Councilmember Morrison's ideas that if he was wanting to see them happen this year, by moving them to a land management plan, most likely it would be multi-year. So next year or 2023. Okay, we're whittling it down here, which is great.
And anything I'm doing that you guys don't like, that's why it's up here. If you're like, no, wait, don't make that comment, please jump in and let me know. I'm just trying to paraphrase what's happening for everybody to see. So if I add something you don't like, let me know. Yes, I did that. So with that in mind, we'll do a quick roll call, and we just have these last, looks like 6 items. I did take the opportunity to write the brief definition at the top, like Mayor Campbell discussed. So immediately obtainable this year, that's what we're going after, right, Mayor Campbell?
Yep, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, no, that's my thoughts, as long as you guys are in line with that, but that's the way I would interpret that.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and I'll read off your name, and if you'll give me your top 3, we're just going to list them all side by side. That way everybody gets kind of an idea of where everyone is, and then we'll move on to the next category, and we'll come back to this later. This just gives everybody a first chance to provide feedback of what their top 3 is. With that in mind, then Councilmember Colberg, could you give us your top 3? And they're up here if it helps, the whittled down ones. I don't know if you can see that. H. Okay. Okay, and then council member Nathan.
I think number one would be the cell phone Fandango.
I think that's been moved to medium priorities.
Okay, good. All right, then me and the mayor there with the right of way cleanup would be number one then. And then the communications, is that still a small communications with the KBBI?
Yes.
I'd like to see that be, there we go. I'd like to see that as an interactive something with KBBI. If we could do that, we could pass information to them as well as them broadcasting information. Also, we might be able to involve the two villages down the way. I don't know if they get radio reception down there or not, but they're going to be the ones that get hit first if we're talking about a tsunami. So it would be good to have them roped into the system too. Anyway, and then number three, I like Harmony's idea for having an evaluation means of dealing with our maintenance folks. They do have a tough road to hoe, and I'm sure that if the general public knew more about what all they have to do and how good they are at accomplishing those goals, it would cast a better light on them and us as well.
Okay. Councilmember Payton.
I think that accounting, G, I think that that's important. You always need to stand type your books. The Public Works website, I think that that's a quickly attained. And I'm split between the maintenance on our city buildings and our beautification, but I think that if we look at some of the buildings, they're going to start to rot on the outside if they don't become addressed. So I would say E for my third, the maintenance on our city buildings.
Okay. Council member Rojas.
Yeah, do you want these in 1, 2, or 3, or we're going to just take the 3, top 3?
You can just give me your top 3. If you have a specification, 1, 2, 3, I just kind of was lining them up so that when we come back, you can kind of see where you said.
Okay, all right. So I would say Seldovia Harbor kiosk, that's a project that's immediately obtainable by taking care of what we need to do, finish on it. So item D. I think the maintenance of city-owned buildings will be a longer project. I don't see it immediately obtainable. The KBBI, I think, would be a priority of mine. So item H. And then I would also support the beautification retaining small town charm is something that could be obtained immediately.
Thank you. And
Not meaning that item G is not on my priority, but I think that can be actually be done in-house off of our trajectory document. Thank you.
thank you, Councilmember Rojas. And then we have Councilmember Sweat.
Okay, well, obviously D would be number 1 because we cannot continue to let the buildings sit there. I think everybody would agree with that. Number 2 would be, I think the maintenance on the city-owned buildings, I think we could do a little bit at a time. You know, like I said before, pick a little portion of the building and work on that. Or, yeah, well, I'm not sure, but anyway, I'm going to stick with that. And I agree with Vivian on G. Number 3 would be L then. Although I'd like to see them all worked on.
No, yeah, it's hard to pick.
No, that's three.
Like we can only
Heidi.
do these one at a time. We can walk and chew gum. You know, you're not going to just shut down everything else because you're working on this primarily. That's, you know.
Well, right.
Okay, and then
I think Heidi, where you've got Rojas and Sweat, you've got L. I think you mean 3.
yes, thank
Yeah.
you. Sometimes you type faster than, or your brain works faster than you type. And then we have Mayor Campbell, if you have your top 3.
Yeah, don't forget, I think, oh, John already went, yeah. So I would pick L for number 1 for me. And then D for number 2. And probably H for number 3. And I agree with George's statement on the small priorities. I mean, I realize we're defining priorities 1, 2, and 3, but there's probably, you know, we'll probably make some progress on all of these.
Okay, great. I'm going to now take the screen back from Heidi. And we're going to move on to the medium-sized proposals. And Councilmember Sweat is up first.
Okay, for me, I'm not sure I should have put that, what I put in there as far as the budget is concerned, because it's more of a personal thing for me, although the budget is what, you know, guides the city. So the type of project it is, it would be public information. What is the city doing with taxpayers' money? The city needs to be transparent and need to understand what and why money is being spent. I do get asked a lot of questions about the budget. So, and for me personally, I don't fully understand it. In fact, I very little understand it. So I'm hoping to get kind of either with the city manager or with Jan, I need to get a better understanding of the budget. So that I can explain it to people when I'm asked. The other big thing I think is the land management. We really need to, we've just been talking about that. We really need to make that top priority in the medium projects, I think, because we need to know what we have, what we want to do with those properties, and then we need to develop a plan. Too many times in the past, I think we've done something and then 2 weeks later, we either regret or thought that we should have thought about it a little bit more. So that's something I would like to see us definitely do, and you know, button those things up a little bit more. So we can promote some economic development and know beforehand what we want on those properties. And then, God, I put this one on here, Jackaloff Dock. So since we have it, we need to do something with it, at least the maintenance. I know we talked about charging people who come and go from this dock, but the more I think about it and the more I think about what that dock is like and what we do and don't do, and reading several comments on the chatterbox in regards to not being able to walk upright on that dock, can we really in all good conscience charge? So that's an issue I think we need to discuss. develop a plan with the harbor master to see what she thinks, we can charge, and what we have to do for maintenance, and so on and so forth. I think those are my three.
Thank you. And then up next, we have Councilmember Nathan.
Okay. Of course, everyone has agreed we're always short of funds, no matter what happens. I'd like to see us work a little harder at trying to reach out to non-traditional sources to raise a little bit of money or take care of projects that we're involved in. I have a suggestion to start this off. Some time ago, SVT came to us and asked us to add some of our facilities that belong to us into the native marine infrastructure critical infrastructure inventory. And we did that for them. They asked us to note their dock that they intend to use for their ferry, and also our harbor facilities. And we did that, and both those things were put on the list on the inventory. Well, I believe they've gotten a grant to work on their dock, which is going to cost us some revenue when they move their boat over there. But let's see if we couldn't get them to enhance our. I know we have a wish list for things we need to do in our harbor. If again, they asked us to put that on the inventory, so let's see if we can get them to go for one of these grants that are accessible to them to do something to our harbor. That'd be a start, and then we'll probably come up with some more creative ways to wrestle a dollar out of a few other people. But we should make a little more concentrated effort to search for other sources of funding for our projects.
Thank you. And up next, we have Councilmember Rojas.
Yeah, okay. I've got discuss all city lands and define the uses into policy. I think that's something that all council members who are in favor of doing. The goal of the project would be to define potential revenue, which is severely important to me, and retain city lands to benefit the city and its residents, protecting the unique character of the Seldovia. Need statement: the city of Seldovia needs to have direction and goals to seek new revenue streams through identification of city lands. This is going to be a big project. I'm not sure if it should be in medium or if it should be in large, but I will listen to council about that. Propose outcomes: identify which lots are in compliance and which are not, and set rules and policies to uphold this concept. City lots cleaned up and have defined usages, I think would be great outcomes. Activity scope: the city council meets in work sessions perhaps to discuss the city lots and set policy and intent for each lot, work through the public process. And this would be resources, city staff time to organize meetings, and the council and the public's input. Item 2 is the Alaska Marine Highway. And again, should that be in large or should it be in medium? I'm not sure what time frame we're thinking of medium. Again, for all of us looking towards a sustainable and reliable state ferry service, the goal, which is obvious, to have a fully funded service for the sustainability of Seldovia's economy. Need statement: reliable transportation to the community not connected by road is essential for any future growth. Proposed outcomes: of reliable ferry service allows the community to move forward with future growth of Seldovia. We all understand and believe that. Activity scope would be, again, moving forward with where we are now with conversations with the state, which we have a big one on Monday, and then using our legislators to help us through the process and advocate for our community. This would again require a lot of time from the city manager, the staff, and the council to move forward, to advocate for us. 3 is where I put in improved cell phone, internet, broadband capability in Seldovia. The goal of this project would be to improve our communication to enrich our potential for economic growth and reliance in our communication in the 21st century. And we all know it's vital to the community to have reliable and consistent service and community security. Outcomes would include reliable and better cell service, internet, and broadband that we could actually rely on. Council direction to city manager and investigate possible solutions and seek state and federal funding. This would again incorporate city staff time, council, and all the above to research and see what's available to us. Okay, those are mine.
Thank you. And up next, we have Councilmember Colbert.
I'm not sure if this should have been medium or large, but we're needing upgrades on some of our city equipment, like a new grader. I think we went through this a while ago and we wound up getting a new loader because our loader died and we got a brand new loader, but we need a new road grader. And the one we have is nickel and diming us. It will just cost us more every year, but I'm kind of halfway thinking that should be in large because it may take some time to get done. A lot of work.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Payton and Mayor Campbell, if you have any other items to add for medium priorities, now would be the time.
I'll let Harmony go first. She's got something.
Well, I was going to let you go first. I guess my secondary or my small project was bumped into the medium, and I'm just going to speak on that some more as it's kind of a dead horse at this point, and why not keep kicking it? The beautification of our community, I think, is something that could be done not just in-house, but I as a council member would be more than happy to volunteer as many hours as I can muster, as I can encourage others to contribute to upkeep our lots, to outreach with the Russian church to see that lot tidied up. You know, we have a really small town. We have people who come in on the day boats, and they come in, they visit the boardwalk, they visit our restaurants, and then they walk to whichever beach is most convenient for them, depending on their capabilities. And the historical boardwalk is beautiful. Our restaurants are wonderful. But essentially, once you pass, I guess, you know, the liquor store, Chaz and Jen's establishment, you reach a wasteland until you get to our beautiful beach. And I know that a lot of that is SNA and SVT property, and we do not have input there. But as far as what the city can do, as far as what our volunteers can do, I think there's a lot to be done there. And I would like to see us set a course and stick to it and check those boxes off. Because as everybody has stated here in some way or another, that is going to bring up our charm. It's going to bring up our walking path. I don't know. I feel like we can't say enough about how dusty our streets look. That's what I got for my medium thoughts.
All right, I will chime in real quick, and I'm pretty well. I think just real quick, Harmony. I mean, pretty much everything you just said, I think, is going to be rolled into that small priority. I mean, in the the small goals basically. So I think we're going to be covered there. I am in full agreement with you on that. On the on mine for medium, I've got ferry system, making sure that our ferry system stays sustainable and matches what Vivian's got. Also, define our land use policy, which includes the parking, the usage, economic development, all of that. So we've got plenty of vacant lots, and I think it's time that we take a hard look at those and see what we're going to do with them. One thing that's bothered me, and I'll just say real quick. So for me, a medium effort would be, or goal would be something that's, achievable, minimal cost, but will require, a number of man hours and a significant effort on, information gathering or a concerted lobbying effort, on behalf of the city, the citizens, and the council. So I thought with the ferry system, we can certainly, we're going to keep beating that horse. Lands use, that's going to just take time and effort on our part on definition. And then one thing that's bothered me ever since we moved here 8 years ago is the lack of housing. I want to work on something, I'd like to see some sort of a housing initiative, whether it's rolled into, maybe some of the city's vacant lots, if there's an opportunity for either, single family housing, multifamily housing. We need more housing in this community. There's too many of these vacant lots that are just being held onto that nothing's happening with them. There's no way we're going to grow our community without having available housing. And that's what I want to see. And I want to see that for long-term. I mean, I think there's plenty of housing opportunity for, summer residents and stuff, but we need more opportunities in housing for people that want to move here, live here, and raise a family here. So, how we get that, maybe that's rolled into as part of the lands use, definition. So, but that's it for me for my medium goals.
Great, thank you, everybody. And how about a 5-minute break before we rank where folks fall on the medium priorities, and then we'll continue after the 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
All right, as soon as our city clerk is back and we have everyone on, we'll begin again.
Heidi?
We're here.
Yeah, can that number lot upkeeps,
Hmm.
could that go in with land management?
I think it could definitely be part of the plan. Is that's the initial discussion of land management, and then from there, um, how those lots are going to be upkept,
Right.
or even under beautification, if
Oh.
that's just that these lots are being upkept, unless the goal of the conversation, Councilmember Payton, is just that the individual upkeep of each lot. Does it need to remain separate?
Harmony?
She says no. It doesn't need to remain separate. So yeah.
Okay, well, let's stick it under land management then.
Okay.
I know land management's gonna encompass a lot of stuff.
It is going to encompass a lot of stuff. And I guess part
Yeah.
of why, as I was explaining to Heidi on the break, part of why I continue to bring that up is that although city lots are their city lots, there is a lot of work that can be done through volunteer. And I myself have done and am happy to continue to take that further and do a lot of volunteering. So I was kind of jumping the gun on, okay, we have, everybody agrees that these things need to be attended to. What is our plan of action to get these things done? And so I was kind of just
Right, no, I agree.
spurring on
Yeah.
the initiative there.
So can B and E be put together then? Because we've got B,
Yeah.
land management, E is city land use management. And it's kind of
I think
all-
it's the same thing.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, like I said, it's gonna incorporate a lot of stuff.
And a lot of that will be determined by our fee schedule also. So some of these things will be cleared up then.
But I agree with you, Vivian, and I know we've talked about it, since we kind of started talking about this land management thing. We should just have some workshops and
Yep.
just, start in and start
Mhm.
doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I wanted to ask council for letter E for the land management policy. Would you be open to also including requesting the planning commission to review our comprehensive plan? Because things like the mayor brought up, the housing initiative, that is addressed in the comprehensive.
Outrage.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last thing. I don't even know who said it.
Oh, it's Vivian. I said you were cutting out, so I didn't get what you said at all.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Let me try. I'll turn off my camera here just in case it's the internet. I was curious if council would be open to also under that land management policy development, asking the planning commission to help with the review of the comprehensive plan and the development of the land management policy document, because in the comprehensive plan, talks about things like forming public-private partnerships for housing initiatives using city property. So if council was open to that, we could even combine letter J into letter E.
I think it's appropriate.
I would agree. It's a big task, but I believe it does belong there. And Rachel, were you saying incorporating P and Z to these discussions, or I still didn't get what you said about P and Z?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely getting their feedback and having them review our comprehensive plan and helping give us almost like a grade, like a report card of how we're doing with the goals set in the comprehensive plan.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, so if I have this right, then are we ready for a roll call again of the top 3 priorities for council members, just to get a start of an idea of where everybody's priorities lie?
Almost. I wanted to ask Councilmember Nathan. So Councilmember Nathan, under the large priorities, you have marine transportation infrastructure. Would you be okay with us omitting that because we have a sustainable ferry system under the medium priorities?
I think that that it should be under large projects to start with. And secondly, I think I may have a couple of things, additional things involved in my proposal that maybe aren't in the other one. Yes, I think we should combine them, but I think it should be a large project rather than medium.
Okay, well, we can move the sustainable ferry service to the large priority. And I know that Councilmember Nathan, you even have here Soldovia owning its own ferry. So maybe that's where it would get rather large. So we can move that to the large priority list.
Well, okay. So you don't want to combine the two issues? I'm not following you, I guess.
Yeah, the city clerk just combined them. So we're removing the ferry service from the medium and combining it into the large.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay, city clerk, I
So
think
I have
for the roll. Oh, maybe not.
Rachel, I have one concern with that. So I understand where George is going with his thoughts on that. But my thoughts are, obviously for me, is trying to maintain, a sustainable system with the system we have in place. And as part of that discussion, obviously, if that doesn't come to fruition, then there's going to have to be some other options thrown out there, because obviously we can't be without some sort of reliable marine transportation for our goods and services. So, right now with it being in the medium category, it's, again, it goes back to minimal cost information gathering and a lobbying effort. If we have to go past that, then it obviously becomes, the discussion about should be a capital project, if the city wants to ever consider getting into the ferry business, or at least a public-private partnership with a private entity to contract, in conjunction maybe with or partner with the city to do something like that. So I'm not sure how I just want to make sure that that effort doesn't get get lost there because there's some other larger priorities that, that may overshadow that. So, and I think we all agree though that our ferry system needs to be a top priority somewhere here, whether it be medium or large.
Yes,
mhm.
I think I see the difference is that we could keep Councilmember Nathan's there because it discusses Seldovia possibly owning its own ferry, which that would take a lot of time and money and possibly hiring a research group or a study group to help us with that. So we can keep them separate for now with the distinction that Councilmember Nathan's large project is geared towards Seldovia having its own ferry. I don't know if that would help separate the two.
I would definitely agree with that. I agree with what the mayor said. I think the two need to be separated as far as the Alaska Marine Highway Service is a sustainable, what I'm looking for is that it becomes our sustainable state ferry. And then if things go in that other direction, it can become a large project seeking the possibility of replacing that concept with an independent boat. But I would like to see them separate and held to where they are now.
Yeah, I agree. The two they may become intertwined at one point. Sure.
I really don't care one way or the other. You're looking at two words that are the heading for what we're talking about, and it doesn't really cover the whole idea. I agree with you, Jeremiah, 100% that the first order of business would be getting the existing ferry to give us reasonable service. But I also think that the alternatives to that should be all rolled into the same argument. This is a big ball of wax. It's going to take us a long time, a lot of effort, a lot of money probably, and so forth to get some reasonable result out of it. And whether it's the city or some entity within the city operating a boat or getting some sort of service agreement out of the state, I don't know, but I think it's all part of the same problem. But if you feel like you need to split them off, do it.
I agree with Jeremiah on the medium. Go with what's there in George's could be the long-term plan that you work on as a long-term goal, because the short term of the state-run ferry is going to be problems from now on, the way it looks. And we can work on the short-term one and hopefully get a little reliable service, and over time work on getting a long-term answer done. So I would go with keeping them separate.
I would just say, finally, I've got a lot of pointed questions for the folks that are going to attend our meeting on Monday, and some of them are going to involve a different way to go as far as the ferry goes, for what it's worth.
Clerk, I think we're ready for the roll.
Okay, and this time, if everybody doesn't mind, I'd like to start with the mayor, since as he was talking, I was kind of taking a chance to fill in the issues that he was touching on that doubled up with everybody else's issues. But if you want me to move those, please let me know, and let us know what your top three are then.
Okay, yeah, let's see, sustainable ferry system, that's probably number one for that one. And then improve the cell phone internet capability. That's two. And then the land use would be number three.
Okay, and then Councilmember Kohlberg, while you're up. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then Councilmember Nathan.
Me too.
Okay. And Councilmember Peyton?
I'd have to agree.
Okay. Councilmember Rojas? Councilmember Rojas, are you still with us?
Yep, here I am. Yes, in no particular order, because I'm hoping that all three of these can be hit on. So I would agree with the city land use, the Alaska Marine Highway, and improve cell internet. I think the budget can be taken care of in a different avenue. I think the Jackaloff dock will be taken care of when we review our budget and go through our fee schedule. Our operational partnership, that's an interesting thought, but maybe it goes into long-term ideas. Equipment road upgrader, all of that. Hopefully we have an account that we are putting money in to accomplish that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Councilmember Sweat.
Yeah, I've got F as number 1, E as number 2, and then it's a toss-up, but G for number 3.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Heidi.
Yes.
On that grader, don't we have a wish list that we send in once a year for funds from the federal government?
We do have a capital priority list that you guys passed by resolution, and it is on the agenda for Monday.
Okay, but the grader is on that, is equipment, I think, or was it?
I think one of those is on there, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, the state or the feds, yeah, or
So
capital.
state, yes.
Yeah. So, but it's one of these times they'll cover that at some point, I would hope.
Yeah, probably when we're dead.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
But at any rate, that's what I was thinking, was the equipment upgrades is usually on that capital projects list
Correct.
already. So I don't think we need that on here. So.
All right, gonna share the screen here. We're moving on to our last category, which is large priorities, 1 minute or so per topic. And up first, we have Councilmember Rojas. Maybe she didn't hear me. I hope I didn't break up. Councilmember Rojas, you're up next.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think actually Sweat is up next. She's under, on my deal, she's under A. I'm items E.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Sweat.
Oh, okay. Well, again, there are more than the 3, but my top picks obviously was the water sewer system, and that would be a capital project. This is the goal would be to get a new water and sewer system. This is an ongoing project with many challenges. We are going to try to need to get a grant or something to replace all those lines, and who knows when that will be. The project is in the best interest and health of the city of Seldovia. The outcome would be we wouldn't have to bandage anything anymore, and we wouldn't constantly be replacing broken old lines. We need lots of money for that. I don't know when and if we'll ever get it. In the meantime, the guys are just gonna have to keep putting a Band-Aid on it. Along with that, which I didn't put on here, is the mapping of the water and sewer system. I think will be extremely helpful for fixing things and for future, possibilities of getting grants or whatever. The second is the economic development. I think it's an ongoing project. It's going to take everybody to work together to try and push this forward with new business opportunities. People will have work, like we discussed, the tourism thing, work in the summertime. It's going to be difficult to get year-round work, but who knows what the community could come up with. The community needs this to thrive, so people will want to live here and raise their families here and be able to make a living, obviously. This is ongoing and constant, always thinking of how to promote Seldovia to individuals and families. And then something I've been thinking about for a while after talking to a bunch of people, including maintenance, is the resurfacing of the roads and maintenance of those roads. From what I understand, there are lots of places that can't even be graded anymore because there's nothing to grade. This would be a goal of the city crew to do the work. And we're going to have to somehow, I would think, come up with some money to buy a bunch of gravel. I mean, some of the roads are substandard and they're horrible, even worse in the wintertime. Like I said, we need to try to appropriate some money for gravel so that the guys can do that. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Nathan.
Well, we've already beat this subject pretty hard. I just think that a reliable, sustainable, year-round ferry system of some sort is essential to the survival of this community. It's not just a tourist thing. It's something we have to have in order to live here. For hauling groceries, construction material, anything that can't come by other means. And we've got to do whatever it takes, whether it involves beating the state in the head or trying to run our own system or contract with another entity to run a system. One thing, we really don't need an ocean going vessel. So we're kind of used to support legs of the ferry system that don't do much for us. In any case, I think this is all of us have talked about this. It's a major thing that we're going to have to deal with one way or another. And what I've suggested here is not just to run our own boat, but to find out what it would take. Are there some subsidies that would be available to us? We might ask, hey, how about you give us half of what it costs you to run the Tustamina back and forth to Seldovia, and we'll run something smaller. There's a myriad of ideas and things that we could possibly do in addition to the ferry system, but first in priority should be to maintain the system that we have and to make it work for us. Right now, it's really not working for us.
All right, thank you. Up next, we have Councilmember Rojas.
Yeah, one of my items is the determining the cost and funding to complete the industrial building for future opportunities. Be a capital asset. The goal to this project would be to secure funding to complete the building and create business opportunity, and that's what we've been talking about. And I see it as a long-term discussion. A need statement, the completion of the building would benefit the community in the long term with economic development opportunities. Proposed outcomes, securing of funds would show responsible use of grant funds, prior use. It would also reassure constituents that the city council is serious about our intent to bring opportunities to Seldovia. Analysis scope of the project would be with the city council and staff, what it would need to complete the building and to what extent seek available funding. City resources, input, decision-making from the council, city manager, city staff, and consultants where and when needed. The other one, I put improved wastewater system. Instead of combining, because we've been doing quite a bit of work, and I know we have a long ways to go with our water system, but this is directed toward wastewater system. The goal of the project is vital for growth and to maintain city infrastructure of our sewage. The need of this project is evident in our current needs assessment of an outdated wastewater system. Outcomes would be to update the infrastructure to support community now and in the future. Comprehensive evaluation of the scope of the project, seeking funding and prepare a work plan. This would require all city departments to work together in the planning. Those are the two that I've got under large. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Colberg.
I think for the sewer and water, that should be moved up and combined with F because it's basically the same thing. We need all new sewer lines and water lines. In the long run, it's going to be a long-term deal and should be working on it as they can. It's going to take years. The value added building can be combined with E. It's something that should have been completed years ago. In the harbor, we have a whole new section of harbor down there on the main float, and after that was done, it kind of went by the wayside, but there's still fingers need to be replaced down there, just like the main float was. People will be a lot happier with stuff that works, but it's in sad shape in places, and I think that needs to be finished. We started on it, and like everything else, we get halfway through and then it sits because something more important comes up. And that's one of those items that we should have kept working on and finished instead of setting down and concentrating on something else. So that's all I have.
Thank you. And then Mayor Campbell and Councilmember Payton, if you have any large priorities, you can share them now.
Go ahead, Harmony.
Well, mine was touched on. My biggest thoughts were on our wastewater management. Our sewage is grossly outdated, as was already stated, and that was my big soapbox. So I think that both Rojas and Kohlberg spoke to that well enough. I don't need to add to that.
Okay, I'll jump in. Yeah, I've been reshuffling these because as I see people are talking about and thinking, for me, the large goals here, the large projects all involve a significant amount of money and effort on the part of the city. First and foremost for me would be water and sewer infrastructure replacement. And I agree, you can wrap all that in with wastewater or, potable water, because I think it's going to come in phases. The level of our replacement is pretty much going to be system wide. So, I mean, which is going to involve tearing up our streets, resurfacing roads. So that's going to be a massive project, but I think there are pieces of that obviously are going to be identified as priorities. And I think we're probably all on the same page that water and sewer infrastructure replacement needs to be one of the top priorities for a large project. As part of that, I'd like to just a note on there is our dam and our water basin, integrity, as part of that overall discussion. I know we've got started with water source protection plan through Alaska Rural Water, et cetera. So a lot of these conversations are starting, but at some point we're going to have to hit the rubber's going to have to meet the road here. And we're going to, I know we're looking at with VSW getting funding also for, working on grant funding to get our sewer system redesigned or, get that improved. So everything's in the works, but we're going to have to put some pressure on this to make it happen here. The road resurfacing would be part of that because obviously you're going to have to tear up a bunch of the road. I would say another one for me, my second one would be harbor and Jackaloff improvements. Those are all rolled into one. For me, it's just harbor and Jackaloff harbor infrastructure improvements. They're both going to cost money, and that goes right along with what John was saying, new fingers. We've already talked about Jackaloff. It needs a myriad of upgrades. It's going to cost us money for the survey. When we start, when we get to the point, if we can ever get the uplands as part of that, there's going to be more money. So that would be my second one. And then probably the third one for me, and I know we keep kind of putting it on the feds or somebody else to come up with the number, but I would agree that in terms of capital asset, our equipment. I mean, those graders are, 300 grand or north of there. Not saying we can't get a used one, but at some point, if our grader dies, we're going to have to spend some money. So I would like again to see for a larger one. We've already hit on the cell tower and stuff is in the medium. So for me, it would be equipment replacement, capital expenditures on equipment. That's it for me.
All right. Give council a minute to just review the large priorities, and if there's any questions, ask them now, and then the city clerk will call the roll.
Hey,
Yeah, I
Heidi,
have go ahead. Go ahead, Bobby.
are A and G kind of the same?
Yes, and I just wanted to double check with Councilmember Rojas that she was okay with combining the wastewater with the sewer, because it sounds like there may have been an intent there for having it be separate in the first place. So if that's okay, I'll strike off F as well and include that with G.
Yeah, that'd be fine. That'd be fine. Bobby, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I have a question about our harbor and Jackaloff. Do we not have projected plans in the works for the harbor as far as completion of needs in the harbor here in town? Am I forgetting something somewhere? I thought that we had some intent already, but I guess for the harbor and Jackaloff maintenance and upgrades, we're looking for long-term funding. Is that what H is all about? And what it's going to cost us in the future? And then we'll go through our fee schedule and when we come up with what we're going to charge for Jackaloff. I guess I'm a little bit confused about the harbor funding and Jackaloff for maintenance and upgrades. Just finding money. Is that what we're up for, folks? Is that what we're looking at?
That was my thought, Vivian. Obviously, when we start replacing fingers, I mean, those are we'll probably start talking 15, 20,000 bucks a pop just for, an individual finger. It gets expensive. And the jack-off, I know we've done lots of bandits out there, but we're probably going to have to do, once we get through the whole vetting process and what it's going to take to actually charge people, I suspect there may be, another cash call here. So that was the only reason I brought that up.
Okay, all right, thanks. And then do we have a fund that we're putting money aside in for heavy equipment? I know it's a huge chunk of change, but do we have an account that we have been putting money aside for equipment replacement? I can't remember.
Councilmember Rojas, we have, as far as I can tell, in terms of a capital budget, we have major maintenance repair funds that have been used for capital purchases. Most recently, we used the sewer major maintenance repair fund for the beach lift station pump replacement purchases. But when I look at the budget, I do not see a separate capital account where we're setting aside money each year for heavy equipment.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
And then if everybody is ready, I can start the roll call process, if that works for everybody. Are we ready? Okay. So if we want to start with Councilmember Kohlberg.
Oh, Heidi?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I have a question. On C, where we've got, and I understand what Jeremiah's talking about, but shouldn't that be separate? Not for a short-term goal, not part of the water and sewer, because apparently these roads need resurfacing basically now.
So you're talking about just resurfacing the dirt, even adding material to it and resurfacing.
Right. From the story I'm getting, yes.
Yeah,
is that not correct?
Dirt is fine, but I don't think we can talk about resurfacing, with asphalt, a major asphalt infrastructure project before we start talking about water and sewer.
I'm not talking about that. Just that's what the guys are calling it. Maybe I'm calling it the wrong thing, but they're saying the roads now are in poor condition and they're unable to even grade on some streets anymore.
That's because all the topping's gone. So yes, they need to be topped. That's what they did to Jackaloff Bay Road. They didn't rebuild the road. They topped it with 6 to 8 inches of new D1 material. So there's actually something there to grade instead of boulders. So
yes,
I see what you're saying.
That's what I mean, I guess. I worded it the wrong way. So whichever way you have to reword it, I think it should be something on its own.
And I have heard them refer to it as resurfacing. And so I think that your terminology was not off. It's just that it can be used in a multitude of ways, Councilmember Sweat. So if it helps you feel any better, I've heard them, both our maintenance guys refer to it as resurfacing, and DOT, when they were doing the project out the road, it was called resurfacing. So just a different form of material.
Well, the way Jeremiah explained it is what I meant.
Yeah, they're the same thing.
Yeah.
I guess I have a question about this being a large project. If the roads need to be resurfaced, is that not just something that should be worked within the Public Works Department and figuring out allocating or coming to us about what kind of funds they need in order to do this. I guess that's what we're looking at. I guess I'm a little bit confused. I know some roads, if you're talking Shoreline Drive, it had right off the bridge going down that way. It has issues because of the road or the land ownership. I'm not sure where all they're talking about, but it'd be nice to have, for me, it'd be nice to have an identification sheet of what they're talking about, as opposed to a generic plan of, I mean, for me to choose between that item and another item, I almost feel like I need more information to make that determination if I drop something else out of the list here. But
Well, Vivian, the way I understand it, what was told to me was the guys have been wanting to do this for some time because these issues have been for a long time. But I'm not exactly sure if it wasn't conveyed to the previous city manager or, you know, what the deal was. But apparently to them, it's in critical need. Now, whether or not that's, you know, correct or not, I'm not sure. I just wanted to bring it up so that we could either discuss it with them, and if it needs to be done, try to find the money or allocate money to do it.
Right.
That's where I'm basically coming from.
Okay, yeah, I think a little light bulb went off for me. I guess what we're talking about, if they're talking about resurfacing, they're talking about buying new material, identifying what roads need it, and buying material to actually resurface, add on 6 inches or more, as
Correct.
opposed to just piecemealing that we've been doing for years. I guess that's
Correct.
what.
I guess maybe I didn't explain it.
No, you did
fully.
fine. You did fine. I was just trying to identify too much in there. No, you did fine, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's more so than, you know, rather than 1 or 2 dump trucks loads, it's
Yeah.
identify a street and let's do the whole street. So, and, you know, instead of $2,000, it might cost us, you know, $36,000 or something for the material.
Gotcha.
Okay, then, Councilmember Colberg, do you need a few more minutes? Can C be done in-house? I think that Jeremiah was probably on more of the right track, that it's going to be a big budgetary item and project. You're talking about purchasing thousands of dollars of dirt and then closing roads and having, you know, redirect routes, having a summer plan for whenever that project went through of which roads to close when and then cover.
Yeah, Heidi, just to clarify, I think it's just the material cost. I think our guys can do, you know, for example, if you hired Hopkins to start hauling material and our guys were, you know, grading it out as it was coming in, I think, you know, it's maybe a couple days for, you know, per road, but I think you're going to be looking at, you know, 30 to 50,000 bucks probably for material costs, depending on, you know, each section of road and how long that road is.
Yes, and that was my understanding too. The guys can do the work, but the problem is going to be the amount of material it's going to take. It's going to take a large amount of money. That's why I brought the whole thing up.
So C, G, and H, Councilmember Colberg. You can't hear Councilmember Colberg right now, but he's saying he would do C, G, J, H, and then he continued on. So, and then D. So they're all priorities for sure. Yeah, if you wanted to speak to that. He's Councilmember Colberg saying he thinks that resurfacing can be done sooner than everything else.
Yes, I put resurfacing the road as number 1. The G is number 2, and then J is number 3. And the other ones, they're all important. If you get the first one done, then you just add the next one on the list, which would be, for me, would be I think the transportation, working on that, or the harbor, either one, in our building. So I don't know which one would be after that. It's hard for me to pick. But those are, our infrastructure is super important. And so I went with those 3.
Okay. And Councilmember Nathan? Okay, Councilmember Payton?
I think that G, the sewer and water infrastructure overhaul, the E, completing the industrial building downtown, and D, the marine transportation system are my 3 priorities.
Okay, Councilmember Rojas?
Yeah, let's see. Let's do sewer water infrastructure. And for infrastructure that we've got, I would have to go with the harbor and Jackaloff. Maintenance and upgrade so we can continue with what we already have. The resurfacing of the roads and maintenance, I'll put that in there, but I really would like to see from the Public Works what the plan is, and would have liked to see that actually prior. Those are my 3, but I really think that we need to have a discussion about this industrial building and what we're going to do with it. I went with the ones I went for because they're infrastructure that we have right now that needs our attention. But not to say, like everyone, not everything on there is not just as important in different ways. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweat?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with these in the which ones we can do sooner than later. And I'm a number 1, I'm gonna go with resurfacing the roads. And I do agree with Vivian because there seems to be a little bit of confusion with the city crew as far as who they should talk to about that. And yeah, anyway, there's just some confusion there and I'd like to bring it to the surface. So either the Public Works Department can talk to somebody and make a plan and then give it to council, or, something of that sort. Number 2 for me would be the harbor and Jackaloff maintenance, mainly the harbor, so we can do the upkeep and since that does generate revenue. And then number 3 would be water and sewer infrastructure, because that should be ongoing. We should be thinking about that at all times.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweat. And then last but not least, we have Mayor Campbell.
Okay, G would be number 1 for me. You know, and as part of that, I mean, I'll just make a comment. You don't have to make any notations, but I know we've got sewer/water infrastructure complete upgrade. I think as part of that discussion, it's discussion within discussion, you know, to identify the priorities. If it's, you know, parts of towns, if it's section, if it's, you know, I doubt we'll be able to come up with, you know, $20 to $40 million in one shot, given the nature of the state these days, or the federal government. So obviously there'll be a lot more discussion within that topic, but sewer water infrastructure would be 1 for me. I think, yeah, I'll just leave it at Harbor and Jackaloff for number 2. And then equipment upgrades, number 3 for me. And again, that doesn't, like Vivian said, it doesn't diminish the fact that there's more work. I mean, I think we do need to double back on the, you know, on the building, the industrial building down there. I think that needs to come around again to have another discussion on that. But yeah, these are all great projects. And, you know, yeah, we've got to come up with, you know, priorities. So that's what we're doing.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you so much. We're now going to revisit what we said for the small priorities to confirm what are the top 3. Then we'll do the same for medium and then the same for large. So City Clerk Gagel, you can take the screen back, and we'll scroll back up to the small priorities to choose the final 3. So looking at the feedback that council provided, it appears priority D, H, and L have the most votes or feedback, but council members can change what they chose. But as of now, it appears those are the top 3.
Rachel, as we go through this process, so we get our top 3 for our different or our small, medium, and large. And then with these projects, they will be, how would they be worked through? How do you see these projects coming through? Just take, for example, item 1. That'll come back, stay within the city staff, bring it to city council, or is it just city staff will take it and run with it? How do you see this happening?
So I would love if council members wanted to be champions of particular projects. And so we can see for beautification, we have 4 council members and the mayor that are interested in beautification. So if 1 or 2 council members wanted to become a champion of that and work with staff on that project for either this summer season or next summer, that would be great. And they're kind of all happening simultaneously. We never really get time to focus on one thing at the city. It's always making a lot of progress on a lot of things. So I kind of see it as a dynamic attempt for staff to help council with these objectives all throughout the year.
Right. You know, one thing I would say about the beautification the beautification project, because over the years it's come across the council's desk many, many times. And there was a period of time when the city had enough money to pay somebody to do it. And in between those times, the city found that there were volunteers, but a volunteer is a volunteer. And so things would go by the wayside. So it really takes a dedication to get this fulfilled. And one thing I know that I would be, the brush clearing out is perfect. Adding more flowers and more of that sort of stuff, you're looking at who's going to sustain it, who's going to take care of it. And that's where we've been since the 70s with the beautification of Seldovia. And it's weighed up and down, up and down. So I would definitely say that whoever volunteers you're going to get, that they're taking on quite a role. And if the city's going to rely on volunteers, that means that we're relying on them. I mean, that's where in the best of worlds, we were able to hire somebody to do the work or take care of the flower gardens. But so I would just say, just be mindful, whoever takes this on, be mindful of whatever you put out, it needs to be maintained and taken care of. And I think the idea of the flags on the poles and whatnot is a great idea on the power line or power poles or whatever. But just as I've seen this project go through ups and downs for years now, it's volunteers are great, but you are a volunteer. Thank you.
Do we have any council members who'd like to champion any of the small priorities? And is council okay with these moving forward as the top 3 out of the list?
Yeah, this is Bobby. So on the beautification, I am already volunteering on the project around the Seldovia space. I've got part of it already done, and I'm planning on working on the rest of it this summer. And in regards to what Vivian was saying, I know what I've taken on, but I'm also doing it different. There's no flowers, no nothing there. It's all gravel. And I've already told Cassidy when she was there that I will continue, you know, to pick a weed or two if it comes through, as long as I'm able to. So, and then I'm already working with Layla on the harbor kiosk. So I've got enough on my plate.
I would volunteer for number 1 to help write a plan for that, like Vivian's saying. I mean, if you're going to identify volunteers or individuals, I think what we need is a plan. So
Yeah.
I would like to help up with the plan on that, and then we, you know, and from there, if we all agree on it, then we can get it going, start soliciting volunteers that know what they're getting into. If it's cash from the city, whatever the case is, but I think if we have a plan, that will help us.
Can I jump in? I'd also like to throw my hat in the ring for the beautification volunteer task force to work with our the board we were talking about, Parks and Rec. I think that there's a lot that could be done for our community with gravel, with grass, and with native plants to kind of circumvent things dying, things needing to be replanted. There's always going to need to be that. That's just a fact of life. But I've been volunteering on the gardens in this community since I was a small child, and am happy to pick that up and go forward with it in more broad strokes. So as far as helping with planning and helping actually putting feet to pavement, I'm happy to head that up.
Okay, I would be willing, if Mayor Campbell needs help writing up a plan, I'd be willing to help with that. I'll also be willing to help with the KBBI concept.
This is great. Thank you so much, everybody. And so is everyone okay, given the feedback that we got from the first round? It appears these will be our top three up for approval. So I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any last comments on that before we move forward with the medium.
Hey, Harmony?
Yes.
Yeah, just a side note. Don't get too far into volunteering because remember, we have a large project to work on at sometime in the future.
Right.
Do you remember? Do you
Yes,
remember?
I do. This
Oh,
and that's a big part of why I keep coming back to this circle.
Okay, we'll keep that quiet though for now, huh?
All right, we're up next to our medium priorities, and it is very stark in terms of what the three are because, or I shouldn't say stark, but certain, because we only had selection on the land management plan, the ferry, and cell phone and internet service. And do we have any council members who would like to become champions on any of these priorities?
To me, these are some big priorities. I'm wondering if I'm looking at these and I'm thinking, is this something that the whole council needs to work through? What our goals are, what our objectives are, and how to accomplish them. I see them as more of a working group as opposed, and as a council than individuals, but I could be wrong. They're big projects and I'm not sure how much time I, as an individual, can put in on them. But as a council member amongst all the council members, it might be something, just my take on it.
I would agree with Vivian on that. I mean, we may have to pick, one at a time so we don't get into these marathon council meetings, but I would agree. I think the group just will be a lot more productive with a group discussion, trying to get through some of these. And I know we've got a few private individuals as well in the community that have some good knowledge, when it comes to some of this stuff, so.
All right, we'll leave these top three then up for discussion with the whole body. And if a council member at a later date wants to be a project lead on any of them, you can come by the office and let us know. But it looks as though we have our top three medium priorities, so we can move on to the large ones. And after looking at how many council members we have for each one, it looks like resurfacing roads, sewer water infrastructure, and the harbor / jackaloff maintenance and upgrades are the top three large ones, but totally open for discussion by council members on this list.
Well, it seems to me these large priorities are also going to have to be something that are going to have to be discussed by everyone, don't you think?
I do, but I also know that if there's a particular topic that interests a council member, they bring it forward to the whole body for discussion. So it's not staff bringing it forward each time. Staff would be happy to support an individual member who wants to work on any of these to discuss with the body.
I look at the resurfacing of roads and maintenance. That to me is a public works. They're the ones who analyze what roads in town need attention and then come up with an estimate of how much material you're talking about. That's something I would not trust myself to do at all. So I would put that towards public works to come up with a plan, bring it to the council, and then the council works within that. That's the way I would be most comfortable with. And with the water and sewer infrastructure.
I would agree.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys, excuse me for a minute, Vivian.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just had a call from next door. I'm gonna have to go over there and see what's going on. Okay, so I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
Yeah, Vivian, I
And
would
then-
agree
and-
with you
oh.
on number one. And then go ahead, and what do you have on number two?
Oh, and then, well, number two, I'm kind of looking at and thinking water and sewer infrastructure. That I think we need to get a complete report on what the status is. And I know we've got that, we've got initial data. I think when we're looking at these things, how we picked our priorities, now we need to look at what data do we have to support our priority and then move on from there. And the harbor and jackaloff maintenance, I would like to hear from Layla and have her compose the needs assessment that she has for that and then bring it to council. And then we can say, okay, from there, what are we going to do as a council? Is somebody going to take it on like Rachel said earlier? So I think these are above my pay grade or my knowledge. So I would ask the experts who are in these areas to bring it to me, bring it to us.
Yes, I guess another way to put it, maybe to shift the perspective, is if members of the public are interested in learning more about these particular priorities and there's a council member champion identified, they could also, always reaching out to staff, they could also reach out to council for input on the work that staff's been doing. So it's more like being an ambassador, so to speak, on a particular topic. But of course, all of them will eventually have council input.
Yeah, I totally agree. I get that. So I would feel way more comfortable once the input, once the data, once the research is given to us, and then being able to be a proponent for it. Absolutely, Rachel. I agree with that.
Perfect. Okay.
Hey, Rachel, you can put me down for number two. I mean, I was intimately involved in the construction, obviously, the water treatment plant, and I mean, that's all of this commercial heavy construction is what I do for my day job. And I know, I think, reaching out to, say we've got a history with CRW, just to talk to them about what it would take to get the information or assessment like Vivian's talking about. I could certainly facilitate that working, with the city on that. So, I mean, I know Pete, some of the lead engineers and stuff over there personally. So, yeah, I think I could get involved with you guys on that, and we could come up with a plan to figure out what it's going to take to get an assessment done, get a cost estimate, yada, yada, and just start and fully understand what it's going to take to replace the process of what's involved to replace our sewer and water infrastructure completely, because it's a big deal, and it's going to take some time.
That's great. Thank you, Mayor. All right. It appears that we have identified our top 3 small, medium, and large priorities. And so I just wanted to, Mayor Campbell, this was something that I shared with council earlier, but just wanted to remind council that in addition to these top priorities, city staff also have internally our own priorities that we're working on, things that are expected of the city every year to complete. And so when we think through goal setting or priority setting at the city, I like to just always remember everything has an impact. And so impact of city resources comes differently for each project. And so you setting these priorities and adopting them at Monday's meeting, you're going to see a direct impact, whether it could be setting aside budget to help with beautification, or facilitating more conversations with the governor's office regarding the ferry system, or pursuing a grant with Village Safe Water for a complete upgrade of the wastewater system. I mean, the priorities that you set and adopt on Monday will have a really big impact on how we move the city forward. So I just wanted to congratulate council for doing the hard work and participating in this retreat and helping staff have clear direction of where you want us to focus the city resources. And so As you can see here, city resources focus on anything from staff time and capacity all the way to ability and expertise, policies that we have in place, and partnerships. And how about we take a 5-minute break because we're a little early here, and then we can conclude with the city manager roles and responsibilities, and then any closing comments from council and the public.
Great, thank you. 5 minutes, is that what you said?
Yep, 5-minute break.
Okay, great.
All right, council, when everyone's ready, we can begin.
All right, I'm here.
Do we have Mayor Campbell and Councilmember Payton?
I'm here.
Great, and I know Councilmember Sweat had to step out. I don't know if she's back yet. And I see the mayor is signing on. Great, and City Clerk Gagel, are you ready too?
I'm here and we're ready.
Awesome. So just to close out the retreat, I wanted to take a few minutes just to talk about my role as city manager and the responsibilities of the position in helping council achieve its priorities and goals for 2021. I had met with each council member individually during my first week to 2 weeks here at the city, and got some really great feedback and insights from individual members and what they expect of me and my position. And so when it comes to your priorities, I wanted to share that I see my role as helping council move the priorities forward, or giving you insights and recommendations on if they need to be adjusted or how best we can approach them. But of course, I see my role as presenting you with recommendations and status updates on where the projects are at. And I also see my role as having to balance out the external demands on the city. We could have a constituent or an organization come by, or an emergency happen, things that kind of force us to put the progress being made on hold to address more immediate concerns. And so I see my role as balancing both your priorities and what council wants as a body, but then also working with external forces and also internal ones, because staff each have their own regular day-to-day tasks that they have to do. And there's a lot of demand on the city, and there's so much good work to be done. And so I hope that I can help you in giving you the status updates and balancing out all the expectations and responsibilities of the city. And I'm going to ask council, either the last council meeting in March or the first one in April, to give me an informal performance review. I know that in my contract, I have my performance review at the end of the year in December, but I just want to make sure that I'm setting the city in the right direction my first few months here in Soldovia. And so I'll be asking for your support with that endeavor. And that's all I had in terms of the city manager roles and responsibilities item. And then I wanted to share that on Monday, there'll be a resolution formally adopting the priorities that you've set today at the retreat. And so in the future, as we hopefully cross things off or see if it's feasible or not, if you need to make amendments to your priorities, you would do that through resolution. So that way the whole body is directing the city in the direction that it needs to go. So those were just the two topics I wanted to touch on before we close out the retreat for any final comments from council members and the public. But I open the floor to anyone who may have comments on this part of the agenda.
Rachel, I would like to compliment you on getting this together. I think it was a great exercise for the council. It was for me. And I appreciate your energy and your role in taking this on. I think it leads us in a good direction. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Rachel, I have a comment. Thank you for facilitating this. I think this was a good exercise, and it gives everyone an understanding of what everyone's priorities are. Certainly for those folks listening on the on the YouTube or Zoom. One thing I think I might want to suggest is maybe it would be minimal effort, but I'm just curious if maybe we, an announcement on the city's website, maybe just soliciting some input from the public. If, maybe not even identifying what we have, but maybe just saying, saying we, the city as the council has identified small, medium, large priorities, interested in hearing, feedback from the citizens or any input to see what the citizens, if anyone wants to give some input, to see what they might come up with, simply with an email. I mean, super simple, nothing too complicated, but to see where, if we get any input, how well that aligns maybe with what the council has come up with. So I just thought it might be something interesting to do if it wasn't too big of an issue.
No,
I think
that's
yeah.
a great idea.
It is a great idea. And, I was thinking about, I'm not sure if the city can put up like a survey monkey and make it easier for people to say, oh yeah, check the box, check the box. That would be, because I've been thinking about getting to my constituents saying, hey, what do you think? How's the city doing? But maybe it should come from, anyhow, that's a good suggestion Jeremiah had. Maybe we can do something with that, but maybe make it a survey monkey or something that makes it a little bit easier for people to say, oh, I can answer that with a stroke of click.
Even better. Yeah, I agree, Vivian. Even better, maybe simpler. Maybe we had the retreat. This is what the council identified. Participate in the survey. Do you agree, or how do you rank it? And then maybe for a write-in or something. So no, that's a super good. That'd be good feedback.
Mm-hmm.
That is definitely something myself and the city clerk can work on. And I just wanted to send my gratitude to her as well, our city clerk.
Oh, absolutely.
Off the retreat, she helped make it possible too. So thank you, City Clerk Gagel.
Absolutely. Big applause for both of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rachel, for putting this together. It's nice that everything will be on record and run through, documented, and done correctly. Thank you very much.
And I concur with what's come before. This was an outstanding meeting, a good idea, a good plan, and good execution. Thank you, Rachel. You did good.
I'll agree with my fellow council members that I really appreciate the effort that our city staff put forth in creating this meeting for us, and putting it together and organizing us. Rachel and Heidi, you've done great. I'm excited to see things get done. Thank you.
I did want to let Mayor Campbell know that we do have a hand raised from the public when it comes to the public comment period on the agenda. We do have somebody who wishes to speak.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else has any closing comments, but again, I'll just, my closing comment, thanks again to the staff for facilitating this. I think it was worth everyone's time. I know it's new for this type of format is new for all of us. And, we weren't too sure at the beginning, but I think it was a great idea. I think looking at the input from everyone and the discussion, I think it was well worth our time and the community's time for sure. So yeah, I'm excited to, that we'll have this in the terms of a formal resolution. And so we can look, measure our actions here, definitively going forward. So that'll be good. So yeah, and I'm open. If someone has anything from the public, I'm good.
Okay, if there aren't any further council member comments, Ms. Vivian or Ms. Rojas, were you waiting for a moment to speak?
No. I hopefully you heard me earlier. I wasn't on mute,
Yes.
I don't think. No, I'm
Yes.
good. Thank you very much.
Okay, then I will allow Miss Laurel Hiltz for her public comment.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. This is Laurel. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, thank you so much. Well, I've had the opportunity to sit in on today's work session as the elected officials went through a number of things, and appreciate the opportunity to hear kind of the perspectives of our elected leaders for the community. And as I was listening, especially in the first few categories, reflecting on Seldovia's history and looking hopefully forward with things that we're known for, things that we're successful at, and maybe things that we can improve on. It's possible that a person listening would be greatly disheartened that that there's a strong feeling in the leadership of the council that the community has a lot of things that are wrong with it, and ranging from misguided efforts in regards of business and tourism, and not having a sense of what data we have in regards to how many businesses are employing year-round employees, and general statements that just were super disheartening today. And as I took notes, I was feeling pretty bad about it. And then for myself, I just began to reflect on the things that I knew and that I understood. And I began to recognize that I think one of the things that's greatly lacking at this point in time in Seldovia's government is a lot of institutional knowledge at the leadership and staff level. And that's natural because we have a regular rate of turnover at the city manager level, and with some of the other key positions, like we see it with the chief of police, and in our community, we see it with school principals and other things like that. And so I understand that institutional knowledge goes away. And so as a result, sometimes we might have thoughts and opinions that are made more based upon conjecture than upon true factual information. And so first, I would just greatly encourage the city council to request of our city manager that there be a priority placed on getting opportunities to have coffee and chat times where the individuals who live in this area, who have a long-term history and knowledge of why some of the things, decisions were made for this community, why they happened. I think there's a lot to be learned from that. And I think that in a community that has had to navigate great change, I think that we have countless people here who have stepped up in volunteer leadership, whether elected or service, however they've chosen to do that, that have great knowledge, and I think we would benefit from that. So just a few things that I wanted to make note of. One is the statement was, I felt there was a statement that tourism was the main driver, and maybe that was a nebulous, not the best thing, and that maybe tourism businesses are only here for a short amount of time and then they leave. And so a couple of things I wanted to reflect on. One is that the driving industry for Seldovia, for the city of Seldovia, is government. And so just as a quick refresher, the city itself, with the staff of, I'm just going down a list and I'm thinking it's 14 to 16 staff, full-time and part-time. The school with about 10 staff members, the post office with a couple staff members, and the tribe with 34 full-time and part-time staff. So with more than 60 staff in the community who are working in government industry, plus a countless number of people who volunteer as elected officials and leaders and in other ways to support, I think it's important for the city leaders to know that and to understand that that's the driver in this community, is government service. And it's great because it's providing people with steady income, benefits, the ability to pay for the great groceries that the folks are bringing to town. And even if there's a markup because of the cost of the infrastructure of providing that, those folks are doing it. They're the ones that are going out there every day and making sure that the fresh produce is showing up and that the milk is there when we need the milk. And so you might have listened to the meeting today and thought that our city leaders looked down on people who were making those efforts to provide great opportunities for our community and for those people who visit. But I'm choosing to look at it as a positive positive opportunity in our lives in Seldovia. If you look at the role of agencies and individuals who are part of the Chamber of Commerce walking map, it lists about 55 agencies. I took a quick look at that, and I think maybe 15 to 18 of those agencies might close down seasonally, and yet that means that 70% of them remain open. That's really positive. That's a great thing. They may not look the same how they're open in the winter versus how they're open in the summer, but they're open. And I'm thankful for them. I'm thankful for what they do. I think it's really important that we make note of how our organization of the city takes place and the processes that are in place. And so with that, like a lot of discussion about maintenance, road maintenance, hey, share what the processes are, share what the policy is, share what the, you know, if the road conditions are icy, is the state the only one that's sanding the road, or is the city getting out and checking those side roads just to support, even though the arrangement has been made that one plows and one sands? You know, share that information. That was presented to HEA. Hey, as much as you guys can tell us about the inner workings of what's going on when you're dealing with the power outage, knowledge is power. I think the city can be doing the same thing. So I commend that idea of having a roads maintenance page on the website. And I just think share the information, and then remember that people who do have opinions about it are often having those based upon a good knowledge of the infrastructure and what the expectations are. And so bringing that together will help people understand how the decisions are being made, how things are being implemented. As you were going over the list of things related to the city and the history, I just wanted to draw attention to a few things. I think it's really important to recognize the fire and the EMS and the volunteers efforts that have taken place over the decades. And there is a history that's attached with that and how that was established, how it's partnered with the borough, how the tribe originally was offering EMS and then contracted with the city. I think those are great things to be aware of. I wanted to recognize that there's low-income housing that's available in this community. That's through Cook Inlet Housing Authority. That was originally brought forward, I want to say, in the 80s for elders, and eventually became low-income for individuals, and now even families. I really want to recognize the volunteer efforts of people who have spent time gardening and putting rocks in place over all of the decades here, starting with Marilyn Standifer in the first city garden, and then Jerry Patrick and Doug Latimer, Doug Perrin, and of course Susie Stranick. And the cost that's rooted in the in-kind donations of all of those people's volunteerism efforts, the city could never pay. The city could never pay to make that happen. So I just really want to recognize those folks. I also want to recognize all of those other people that are stepping up to volunteer, whether it's the city council, it's the church, it's the SOS, it's the fire, it's the EMS. There's just a myriad of people who are doing amazing things for this community. And when you look at the things that determine the city's mission statement and this quality lifestyle, that quality lifestyle is coming from those people who are stepping up to run businesses, to volunteer, to lead. And I just, really want to commend them for all of that. This community is known for its great music. This community is known for its great community spirit. It's known for its ease of access to beauty. It's known for the availability of amazing services per capita. It's known for people with innovative spirits. It's known for the support of the tribal government that is here. It's known for the fact that our children are raised with the support of the school and the tribe and the church and so many other people. And it's known for the fact that if you're willing, there's work to be found, and somebody's going to pay for you to do that work. It's known that people here come to this community with an understanding that they're going to be a part of supporting one another. And if there's a bake sale, I'm going to make a cake. I'm going to take that cake to the bake sale and I'm going to buy it back. That's the community that we should be proud of. And if we want to see people embrace change, we step up and we lead in a positive way. And so my one feeling at the end of this meeting was that there's the opportunity for some very positive things to happen as we look forward. And I just would encourage our council to reach out to community members who also have done positive, wonderful things for this community and learn from them. And then let's all go together on this ship heading forward to do great things for the people that we serve and those who come to visit us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you all. Yeah, I can tell obviously you were listening in great detail to the entire meeting. I unfortunately missed the first hour. I was on a flight here, so I do appreciate your comments there. And I know just a couple comments of my own in regards to what you said. I know when it comes to institutional knowledge, it's I think about this all the time. I think it every day. Every time we know someone that's an elder that has passed away, unless it's written down somewhere or it's recorded in history, that knowledge is gone. Those experiences are gone. You know, the reasoning behind, you know, their life is it's gone unless it's recorded somewhere. So, and that comes at a big cost to newer generations, you know, younger generations. They just don't fully understand what it took to build a town or what your town was built on. So, you know, that goes right into, you know, decisions that may be construed now as, you know, previous decisions that were misguided. I mean, every community goes through the process of learning from your mistakes, right? I mean, we make decisions, you know, it comes full circle and maybe we decide that, yeah, that wasn't such a good decision. So, and the last one is the feelings on, you know, on tourism and government as our, you know, mainstay in the economy. One thing I've learned from living here is the opinions on those are vastly different depending on which age demographic you're talking to. I learned that firsthand. So I kind of keep some of those feelings close at hand, so I don't risk the wrath of getting chewed by someone that I know is, you know, unhappy with any changes in tourism or feel that you know, there's too much government or too little government. So those are just a couple comments I wanted to make, but I appreciate your comments on that. And there'll be, yeah, in closing, I think there is going to be some good things to come out of this. So I think we can all agree on that. So, and in your recognition of the volunteers, that does not go unnoticed. Obviously, I would agree with you there. You can't put a cost on the amount of hours that, you know, folks in the community have donated to the community and, you know, and to the city. So that's why some of us live here, because, you know, we enjoy all those things you talked about and all the things that a lot of us have talked about. That's why we live here. So I appreciate that. So anyone else, Heidi, from the public?
I'm not seeing anybody at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Hello,
All right, well,
I'm back.
Oh, okay. Well, it's your turn for any closing comments. We had closing comments by myself and the council members. Rachel went over her roles and responsibilities, and then Laurel gave a summation of her thoughts and comments, and so you're the only one that's left.
Well, no, I guess I don't have anything to say other than to thank Rachel for putting this together. I think it was really important that we did this, and yeah, hopefully we'll get a chance, we'll move forward. Thanks.
Okay, Rachel, you want to have the last final comment before we all sign off?
I just wanted to thank Ms. Hiltz for sharing her point of view from the public. I really appreciate that. It's really great insight, and it made me think that we should ask for more presentations from the business community or other nonprofits, just to make sure that we have stats on hand. And maybe we could even incorporate that into a future retreat, the 2022 retreat. And then I just wanted to also thank council for taking the time on a beautiful Friday to sit down with me and help me and city staff implement your vision with the community in mind. So thank you so much for making this happen, especially because we have a council meeting on Monday. So a lot of great time put towards the city, and I know you're all volunteers, so I really appreciate that as well.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. And again, thanks to you both you and Heidi. And I'd like to thank all the council members for taking the time to participate and put some, good thought and meaning behind their proposals. So yeah, we will see this in the form of a resolution on Monday. And then yeah, we've got Monday's going to be a busy afternoon. We've got a few things there. We've got the commissioner and the director for DOT that we're going to be talking to in a work session, and then going right into our regular meeting on Monday. So I'll just close it out then. Thanks, everyone. And we will see everyone on Monday.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
And we're going to